Oh, okay.
And my mom's a Baptist, and I said it is, and it's a nice space for everybody, so.
And I voted for this.
Yes.
Do you have the Instapay for the guy or will?
Yeah.
And I'll send it to him now.
Are we done?
The guy is gonna drop off the manuals like maybe in the next. He
Yeah.
said 40 minutes, but
Yeah.
I bet they must
Exactly.
you know, so. We don't need them, we're gonna go into the practice, but. Maybe I'll pay him before we start, and then we send his. So Tina, we were just, we were doing introduction. What's our introduction with yoga? What's, how much yoga have you done? We're just talking about our experience in yoga. Yeah, if you'd like to share with the group anything about your experience, why you came, introduce yourself, as much or little as you like.
I started in 2021, and since I started practicing yoga in the gym. حاسه اني عايزه ابقى مكان الانستراكتور او كده يعني يعني لو انا تيك اوفر
So inspiration.
مفيش حاجات معينه بتبقى شداني لما لقيت نفسي عايزه حاجه تكون حاسه دي انا قوي بس عشان كده.
You know, it's funny because people can be inspirational to us in different ways.
Yeah.
So it can be inspiration like, wow, I really want the qualities this person has, or you're like, I need to make myself more because if this person has the audacity, I can also do it. So I it's very people can inspire you in different ways for sure. So tonight I put the link in the group of like kind of what's going on. Oh, we're on time, 10 a.m. Good. I have until 5:45. We're doing introduction and manual, and so I'm gonna give you your manuals tonight, and you have digital copy also. There's some waivers inside that I need you to sign and like take a photo and send me just for legal. Not that it matters in Egypt, but just for Yoga Alliance that I can do everything 10 a.m. And so that's one thing. Like, listen, girls, I'm wild and crazy and very, very intense person. But when it comes to my professionalism and my work, I'm very, very ADHD and over focused. So one thing about my career is even being like kind of rock and roll and like alternative. I'm very like, look at me. I'm alternative from society and I do what I want, Jackie. I always am super organized, you know, even when I'm flying around with my professional stuff. My life is kind of crazy, not organized. That's haters, now that she helped me. I'm like, sorry, haters, get out again. I'm like, sorry, it works, it makes sense to me. But what I want to offer in the training, I don't want to ever be a factory producing teachers, go work in a commercial thing and make like that's not. For me, that doesn't have any value. For me, I would love to see teachers that are confident and also just individuals. Like I consider this 200 hours like not just a yoga training, but you're kind of like incubating with me in a coaching session, you know, so it's a lot more than yoga that you'll get. And what I want from you, spending so much time with me, is to have that standard. So when it's time, if you wanna be a cocky bitch and you wanna just like, you can, because you have worked and you know your shit. So for me, it's important that you know your shit, that you understand. Yeah, I mean, then you can have whatever attitude you want. You can be humble, you can be overt, you can be whatever. But when you talk, that there's something behind what you talk. What I've seen in Egypt in the wellness industry is a lot of enthusiasm, excitement, and not a lot of experience. And then talk like there's like kalam katir, yani kalam katir, and I'm just like, I'm 41, okay? And so I worked in California since 2011 on and off as an artist and a dancer. And so California is like the birthplace of pop culture, the birthplace of wellness, even though yoga is from India, but the new age movement is from California. Since 80 years, since 100 years, and then I'm from the east coast of Canada. So I saw it come across from California, across North America, slowly, it made it to my city later. And now I've seen it come all the way across the ocean to Egypt. So it's still like, I've seen it in different stages, the wellness world, and it's changing every time. I worked a lot in Dubai, traveled a lot in Dubai, and I was just in Berlin teaching. And I was telling my friends who are yoga teachers in Berlin, what's going on in Dubai? Everyone's doing 9D breath work with the headphones and it's coming to Egypt Bardo and she's like, we did not even know this. Yeah, like even people think Europe is so advanced, more like, no, the Middle East is very advanced, but it's moving so fast that it is foreigners that have to, just like when Saudi Arabia found their first oil, what did they do? They brought Egyptians because we have a long history of doctors, of astrophysicists, of engineers. So they brought Egyptians to grow their country, to grow Saudi Arabia. So that's kind of like Saudi Arabia is now bringing foreigners from all parts of the world to like grow many of their industries. It's just where they're at right now. So Egypt, I've been in many situations where I've seen life coaches with no certificate. I've seen yoga teachers with no certificate, and not that the certificate means that you're so good either. Some people can have a certificate and be super also full of shit, you know? So what I'm here is like, I really want to instill with you, like work hard, play hard. I love to play hard. And I love to work hard. It's very rewarding for me. So that's kind of part of it. I've spoken with all of you one-on-one. The main thing that's important for me is like, please also try to be here for the in-person hours as much as you can, but I'm very realistic. I know about life. I've seen life. So the main thing is like, keep on top of your information and just like make sure you get the assignments in. Don't get behind on the assignments because you'll just get stressed out. I'm not gonna overdo it with assignments. Some of the assignments will be like, watch this video. You know, one of the assignments that's very important, if you don't have a book, like when you can write not just your notes on your computer or your phone, get something you can write. Your manual will have space for you to write, but maybe like a journal for your yoga during your time with your yoga. This will be part of your homework. So when you come every month, I would like to see you journal. I'm not gonna look and read your privacy. But I just wanna like see you did something, that you spent time with yourself. So part of this will be, we're spending time together, but part of this is like you have to spend a lot of time with yourself. You know, this is part of the process. So it's just like if you go to university, you study whatever topic, there's spending time with yourself, studying anything. The thing that's really cool about the time that you spend. The thing that's really cool for the time you spend with yourself in yoga. You're gonna be giving yourself something. You're gonna be giving yourself oxygen. You're gonna be moving your body. It's never like time where you have to be like vegetable on the computer, you know? And it will give you so much, especially like you guys are all in your early 30s or 20s, like. Yeah, I mean, how old are you, Tina?
20.
Okay, so yeah, you guys are like, this is a fucking great age for you to learn your body more than you know. Enter your 30s or even after 35, it changes a lot, girls. It changes a lot. And I'm in very good shape, Gabby, and I have a lot of energy, but it changes a lot. Okay, and so this is something, when you put your time, it will give you back so much. And I'm very excited to share it with you. Like I said, my whole career has been body work and movement, dance and yoga. It's taken me to many cool places. And when you have the international certificate, the Yoga Alliance certificate, then you're able to get teachers insurance. Egypt, they don't worry about insurance or anything that I understand. I asked that, like, they're like, what are you talking about? Anyway, Canada, I need insurance for, I like just agree I need insurance. Like you need it. And but if you go work at a resort outside of Egypt, let's talk global for a minute. Egypt, there's a lot of opportunity also, lots of studios, private, and anything for your communities. When you work outside of Egypt, usually they require insurance, and to get insurance, you need to have the certification. So there's also through Yoga Alliance, and we have a long time before we get there, and then when we get there, you can certainly ask me any questions. You register if you're there, then you're able to get insurance, yoga teacher insurance if you need it. But yeah, if you wanna work on cruise ships or hotels or gyms, or even some community centers, they require it in different parts of the world. So the certification opens you up for that. There's also many things, dimensions where yoga can be, maybe it's not here yet, I'm not sure, but in Canada, I taught yoga at a lot of workplaces. At lunch, like I would go teach for the employees, I worked at the police station, I had the police. I worked at a place called, where I'm from is called New Brunswick. I worked at a place called Work Safe New Brunswick, so it's like, if people get injured at work, they have like physiotherapists to rehabilitate them. And I taught the physiotherapists, you know, so I had lots of cool corporate gigs.
Yeah.
And I've done a little bit of that in Egypt since I've been here. Places like Vodafone, Hire, Tesla, Total Gas, like anything corporate has a budget, a wellness budget.
Yeah.
So those are also opportunities to look for. Teaching at studios is like. The money is not so huge, right? But it's cool to get your experience, and I recommend that you go to as many different places as you can. And just see what vibe you like, or you can just keep it, like change it up, you know? There's many Facebook groups like yoga teachers in Bali that are doing retreats, that they'll go like. You go live there and they pay you small amount American, like $300 American, and then you get, then you just teach. And you have your free accommodation, so there's many things like around the world, yeah, so it's really, I'm a super global citizen, I love Egypt. And it's my home here, but I'm super global. And so anything, investment wise that I'm giving to anyone, I have kind of that element behind it, that I'm like, dude, like, just understand you can, and. I had many people during the application process ask. Is it guaranteed that I will work with the certificate? I have Uber drivers that have engineering certificates, you know what I mean? So it depends on you, or maybe you take your certificate and you have a baby and it goes on hold, yeah, so it's the type of training. That, like I said, it will contribute so much to your personal life as well as it can. If you wanna focus purely on the professional life of it, it's there. If you wanna focus purely on the professional development, personal development, it's also there. So it's just whatever you want, it's kind of there. But let's get, does anyone have any questions for me? Anything? But let's get maybe moving into our practice. I'm gonna put the lights down, so this light is so bad. Tonight we'll do like an hour, 15 minutes practice. Just follow along. If there's something that you're like, I don't know what's going on, don't worry too much, just go slow. And then tonight, like I said, we're gonna kind of move between a few styles of yoga and movement. I'm gonna focus on something called the circular joint warm-up, and don't worry, we'll do it again and again and again and again. We're gonna go through all the joints of the body pretty much. And by the end of this weekend, you're gonna be pretty familiar with sequence A. We have two sequences, sequence A and sequence B, like our list of poses that we do. You're gonna know a lot of bones of the body. I'm gonna send you home with a little quiz for this to practice, and don't worry, it's really like, it takes a while. And we're gonna learn how to teach some of the, I think about 6 per day. No, 6 over the 2 days, sorry. We're gonna work on breath, the basic yoga breath, 6 movement of the spine, circular joint warm-up, how yoga can overlap with your modern life, so we'll go a little bit into yoga philosophy. There's a lot of repetition, like in any training, and I'm gonna, you know, I have to focus on that also, because I'm like very I'm very energetic, we could say, so, and then I'm like, oh, I don't want people to be bored, but it's a training, so I will repeat myself a lot. Yeah, so I think we'll learn, like, we'll break down. Oh, we'll do major muscle groups this weekend also, so. The reason that I'm picking this information for the first weekend. Is so when you go and you take your practice and you're working over the next month, is that you're thinking of these things. And then these are the concepts that you need to like repeat the most for your energy, like. To absorb it, and concepts that you'll need, a lot of the philosophy. You know, in our context, like, it's not important. And so for that kind of stuff, yes, we have to cover it and I have to ask you some questions, like you understood, but you're gonna be on YouTube for a lot of that, you know what I mean, so. There's so many videos on YouTube of different yoga philosophy that you can find the voice of the person that you like the most. And the person that you understand the most, you know, and sometimes we take information in different ways. You can find something there and put the same sentence and it's like 10 videos, all the same information. Or you can chat GPT, but just cross reference, and then we'll have like a test on that. So for me, what I really wanna focus on is a lot of, will be over the months, your voice in teaching, like you said, and coming out of your shell, how to have your presence in the room when you're teaching, how to manage a room of people, it's very difficult. I just had a workshop in Berlin at a conference, for one of my topics, Worley. And I thought maybe like 10 people would come to my workshop because it's this demographic, they don't like to move their body, they're more intellectual, that's where I was. I had 50 people in my workshop. And I was like, what? I arrived, I was like, holy shit. And I'm a teacher for a long time, so it wasn't that I'm nervous from the people, I'm not like. But to be honest, even I've been teaching a long time, every time before a class starts, I do have a little like. Here we go, it's go time, like, it's go time, man, we're going, but just chill, but it's go time, yeah, it's go time. So I arrive at my workshop and there's 50 people. And I was like, oh shit, and it was mainly because the room was so small. And so people were like way at the back, so it was like a long.
It was
Packed.
packed.
Is packed, oh yeah, packed, sorry, it's like my English slang, it was just filled, the room was filled with people, so it was long, like maybe. Like half of this, maybe this width, but very long room. And then people were way at the back, and I was like, I'd like to ask everyone to come forward, please, and come closer, they're like, yeah, but you have a microphone, I go, it doesn't matter, I want you to come. Yeah, so before I even start, they're like, oh, you have I was like, well, bring your chair, you know, and because I wanted that ambiance, I wanted that environment. I was gonna talk for like half an hour and then we're gonna get into movement. So I did my presentation. And then it was the movement and I was like, fuck, I don't know how I'm gonna move the people in this room, like it's so, anyway, I figured it out, I was very proud of my spatial management. And it was really, really incredible, but like. What I really want is to prepare you guys if you walk into a room and there's 50 people. I don't recommend, like usually I like to say my max is 21, that I can keep my eye on. And really an ideal number for class for me is between 8 to 12. Ideal, perfect, I can keep my eye very well on everyone this way and not feel too stressed out. But you know, even just like a small class is also super too, so what I really want to give to you is like how you're gonna develop your own teaching style. It'll be different than me, for sure. Look at us, we're sitting, we're all different. So I really want you to like watch who you are and then make it more. You know, do you know what I mean? Like it's, don't be more like me, look at you, listen, I'm telling you some things that you can use. And maybe you'll tell me some things I can use too, right? But I want you to watch yourselves and then make it like more concentrated, like that's what I wanna give to you as a teacher. I've never be more like me, yeah, don't recommend. Don't recommend. But what I hope for you is that yeah, you settle into a way that you're comfortable, and then when you take this information from me, continue taking classes, continue, And you might hear someone say it in a different way, and it might make more sense, you know, and rewording things to work for you. But yeah, that's just my hope is for everyone to like really feel proud of their individuality and like grow it, because that's what prevents you from falling into the category of oversaturated. It's only oversaturated if you're boring.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's only oversaturated if you are just being a copy paste.
Yeah.
And so Egypt is very copy paste because I love Egypt so much. And I feel bad for the people that they put themselves in this situation to feel they have to copy paste. It's because the culture is so strong. And so for people to do something different, they face a lot of questioning from their family and their
Yes, well,
friends. Why are you doing that? Yeah, and so it's, I understand, it's self-sport, it's for self-protection, you know? But I'm gonna tell you, if you ever go into like the entrepreneur sphere, which we're entering as yoga teachers, like you can say I'm in sports wellness, you're an entrepreneur if you're a yoga teacher. So coming into that sphere, you gotta know yourself well.
Yes.
So allow yourself this time during this training is like, not only are you doing 200 hours of yoga training, you're like doing a 200-hour like deep dive into your own self. So yeah, use the time for that. I wish my teachers would have worded it to me that way, and so. I had a lot of teachers over the years, girls, and so this training is kind of like everything I wish I had been told, and more things that I keep learning, but I'm sure I'll do some class in the meantime and be like, girls, I did this, like, I will tell you about it, you know, so. My first teachers were 61 and 64 when I did my training, and they could get up and down from the floor, they were very strong, they had very bad fashion, to be honest. It was really bad, and like very bad here, and like they were very like confused at me. But their bodies were in very good shape, and I was like, I want that. I want to move easily, like I'm from Canada, you know, from being from the UK, people at that age, they don't like. It's not good, it's not good, it's not good, it's very the same in Canada, and it's kind of depressing to think about getting older. So for me to see that, I was like, I wanna be strong, I wanna feel flexible and comfortable as I can. And even if I want bad fashion, I'll do it, you know, it's fun, you know, it's fine, so I was very inspired by my teachers. They're still teaching, and I took my first training in 2009, what's that, 15 years? They're still, so they're in their 70s, almost 80s, yeah, mashallah, yeah, so they're still teaching. And they did Kripalu genre yoga, and that's what, for our hatha yoga poses, we're gonna focus on the genre Kripalu yoga. If you look into any type of yoga school in modern yoga, you're gonna find some sexual scandal.
There's always something.
You're gonna find, by the way, so yes, there is a sexual scandal in Kripalu also. But they have a Kripalu center in Massachusetts in eastern USA. And there was some like, I don't know if it was with Swami Kripalu exactly, but there was some scandal. You know, men, they do this. They do this, so if you look into any yoga lineage, there's a scandal. And then from our yin, that was all from the lineage of Paul Grilly, and the guy who brought yin to America was a kung fu artist, Polly Zink, don't worry, I'm gonna repeat it again, don't worry, and it's in the manual. So that is completely different. I thought of doing the program pure yin at first, is what I thought. But then I thought, because yin is not from Vedic philosophy, so Vedic is Indian philosophy, and then yin is from Chinese philosophy or Taoist or Tao, as you would see, Taoist philosophy, so they're different philosophies. Even though you can make a teacher training in yin, I felt to be like I said, I like to cover everything and have everything lined up. To make sure that I was giving students a well-rounded experience, I felt like we had to explore from the hatha side first. And then I'll be like, okay, now there's this other way of moving in with a whole different philosophy. Which Yin philosophy is way more interesting than than the Vedic philosophy, but at the same time, Indian philosophy is huge. It's huge, yoga is just a little vein of it, like I studied a lot of Bharatanatyam and Odissi, like Indian dance, classical Indian dance. That got me deeper into my yoga, you know, but that's a whole, they have. Their history is unreal, and they have even Kama Sutra, like their sexual thing, and their dance, and then their yoga, and their like, it's very, very enlightened society from the past. So it's just 100% different, but for me. To feel like I was giving the information in the right order, and it's just my decision, it was to do it this way. So with that said, I'm gonna change the lights, if anyone has to use the bathroom, Yanni, let's take like 3 minutes and do that, and then we're gonna get into our practice, and so then I'll get you all to come. Maybe we can move the mats a little bit, so come to a mat, use the bathroom, like I said, if you need to, and then we're going to come, starting on our back. Let's go run and check one thing on BRB. Still have the, check the guy. Oh, it's not all around. Okay, this is pretty smooth. Just I think it's that's a bit under her body. Like we took this off. Yeah. Anyway, it's not free to stagger them that, I can still. Doesn't. You can stagger is like this. Yes, if you want, however, yeah, you see what works, you'll figure it out. I'll pop in the bathroom and then we'll get started. Your figure, yeah, I'm Tina Pina's, nice to meet you. You're from where? England. Yeah. And you're from, yes, I'm a German. So feel free, I will come down your back. And then don't worry, like I said, tonight, this is just kind of entering the space and getting into your body and leaving you with a nice feeling. And before we work for the rest. So allow my voice to be like an audio experience for you, and don't worry looking, do I have it right? It's really, I want you to just kind of like drop inside your body. If you don't know what something is at this point, it's super okay, just be patient. Because we're gonna break everything down, so don't worry. So I'll invite you to Aiwa be on your back. If you like to have your knees bent, you can have them bent. If you like to have them straight, just see what's most comfortable for your back, because what we're going to do next is, of course, start to breathe. So you can have your hands at your side, or if you like to bring them onto your chest and belly to feel your air, you can do this also. Or if any other thing happens, that's also okay. So start to breathe. Maybe just one big breath in and let yourself sink into the floor. Feel heavy in the floor. And again, another one like that. Drop into the room. It's day one. It's like lots of energy. Just we've arrived. It's started. It's go time. So again, one more breath and let yourself drop into the floor. Drop into your body. And now slowly begin to bring your air either through the nose or the mouth, whatever one is happening first for you. Breathing in and expanding through the rib cage. And breathing out. And feeling your body be more heavy on the floor. So we're going to just follow our breath with our attention. Let's start by trying to follow the next 4 breaths. So as the breath enters at the tip of the nose, expanding the belly, the rib cage, stretching the chest. Small pause of the breath and let the breath go again. So focusing 2 more, see if you can stay with the sound and the feeling of your breath. Don't feel like you have to change anything about your breath at this time. Just let it happen, watch it. So now again, for the next 4 breaths, we're gonna work a lot in blocks of 4. It's an easy number to remember. It's easy to kind of stay on top. So we'll work a lot in blocks of 4. It becomes 8, it becomes 12, it becomes 16. Becomes a longer time. So again, for the next now 3 breaths, just watch your breath. And 2 more, just watch. And now begin to notice in the body, where does my breath go when I breathe in? Is it more in my belly? Is it more in my chest? Is it more in my back or in my front? Just watch. You don't need to change anything about it yet. Just notice the body. So taking the time to slow down and slowly observe ourselves. And again, breathing. And feel yourself heavier into the floor on every exhale. And so now on our next inhales, our next group of 4 breaths, we're going to think of breathing in through the nose if you're not already, and adding a thickness to the breath. So what do I mean by this? I mean, listen. Like you can hear the sound from my breath. So now begin to create this sound. And then also as it comes out, you can breathe from the nose or the mouth. On my exhale, I think of my belly squeezing a little bit to bring the air out. And then I breathe in again. So this Ujjayi 3-part breath or ocean sounding breath, don't worry if it's a new concept for you, we are going to super geek out on this in a little bit. I would try to copy how you think this sound happens. So when we're all breathing together, like this, it's gonna kind of sound like the waves on the beach, very relaxing. So the more loud we can amplify our breath, the more relaxed we're gonna be as our collective. And let's focus for 4 like this, thinking in, again, taking your time, breathe in. With a little pause at the top of the inhale, and then think of the body contracting, squeezing the air out. So again, focus for the next 3. Breathing in and 2 more like this. So this breath, we're gonna try to keep it during the whole practice. I'll remind you, don't worry, but just remember, keep checking every time we're counting groups of 4. Just notice if you're doing that. And you can. And so now keeping this breath, I'm going to ask you to bend both of your knees and put both feet on the floor. And we're going to move into what's called our circular joint warm-up. So the joints of the body is how we move. We have many bones and they only move because we have joints. So we're going to go through all of them today. Let's take one leg up to the sky, maybe your right foot, doesn't matter. And we're going to just start to circle that ankle and spread your toes wide and just do movement of your foot. So start first with one direction. I do between 8 and 20 of these. You can go slower, you can go more fast. And I would flex your toes, curl your toes, extend the foot, just see the movement while you circle the foot and the ankle. And just check out that movement that's possible. Also, while you're on your back in this position, if you like to put a block behind your head, you can also now. Or if you're good, it's great. And now let's switch direction. So going the other way and keeping our breath. So keep that breath going, girls. It's hard for me to talk and keep it. And I'm just like finishing my last days of a cold, so keep taking it easy. Anyway, yeah, work out those points. And so now we'll move our awareness. Bravo with the breathing. I'm gonna move my awareness down into my knee and I'm gonna flex and extend or straighten and bend my knee. At the same time, I'm rotating my leg a little bit. Kind of my foot's going side to side, but when this happens, because I'm turning my femur, my large bone in the hip socket. So flex and extend the knee. Please take note, and I'll mention it again and again, that the knee only straightens and bends, or only flex and extends. And so now I'll keep my knee bent, and I'm imagining I have a pencil from my knee, and I'm gonna draw a long pencil to the ceiling, and I'm gonna draw circles on the ceiling with my knee. And I'm going to let the circles get bigger. So my leg is gonna go wider. I'm using my other leg to stabilize. And even sometimes I bring my hands on my hips. It helps me just keep my whole back on the floor, or I can press my hands into the floor on the side. And when you've gone out as big a circle as you can, we'll circle back. So what's happening now is the action of rotating the hip socket, the femur in the hip socket. So moving through that whole leg and range of motion. When you come back to your small circle, you can put that foot down on the floor, check in with your breathing, and then we'll switch legs. So bringing up the other leg and doing your circles on one side and then the other. You can experiment with going slow, you can experiment with going fast. Iowa, don't be shy to work with the pops and the snaps. I usually have a lot more. I was like really very busy today. I did my warm up before class. And spreading the toes wide, working through the foot. And then going in the other direction if you haven't started already. So like I said, I do 8 to 20 of these. Try to do them every day actually. And then I'll bring my awareness down into that knee and flex and extend or straighten and bend. So the warm up is not just about muscles. A lot of times the teachers will tell you it's for your muscle. It's for your joints more than the muscles. Because the muscles have fluid that is released when you start moving, so they can be lubricated so you can move more easy. And now bending that knee, and we have the pencil coming out of the knee and circling first small circles. And I'm using my other foot for stability. And then take your circle out as wide as you can. If you find your hip is like popping, so it's normal. And we'll talk about that later, don't worry. It's normal. And then we'll go back to our starting position. So circle back in, make your circles going the other direction, go back to where you started. So circling in, circling in. And when we're finished for that side, we can place both feet on the floor and stretch them along the floor and both arms overhead. I'm going into full body stretch. Reach, 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 reach. And exhale and feel heavy on the floor. So now I'll invite you to bend your knees and put both feet on the floor. So we're gonna move up. We circled our leg joints and the hips. Now we're gonna move into the sacrum, which is the low bottom of the spine, the triangle on the base of the spine. And we're moving into this area of the body now. So we did all the way down. So we're going to breathe in and arch the back. So let's start from our back being like imprinted, like, do you know in Pilates, they say make your imprint, your back on the floor. So we'll do our imprint like Pilates style. And then when I breathe in, I'm gonna let my belly open or I arch my back. My belly gets bigger, my front of my body expands. And when I breathe out, I'm gonna contract and push my back into the floor. So now my spine is doing kind of arch and contract like cat and cow, but on the floor. And so I want you to start with the blocks of 4 breathing. So arch in the back. And then we breathe out, pressing my back into the floor. So we're gonna do a few of these. You might notice while you're doing these that you need to adjust in your upper body just around, that's normal. So we're doing a little bit of fascia unwinding and working through the pelvis, the bottom of the spine. So keep pressing and breathing, inhale, let the belly widen, arching the back. And exhale, pressing the back into the floor. So do a couple more like this. And take your time. Bring that Ujjayi breath or that strength to the breath. That's what gives you the physiological nervous system hack, is the breathing for yoga. Like when people leave a yoga class and they're like, wow, I feel so fresh and good. It's because you were breathing like that. So extending the body and then pressing the back into the floor. So a few more. So breathing in. And then up. And then we're doing it the back. So I'm breathing in with here. And then I go down, so I'm going open. Down, so we get the belly, arching and breathe in. And then when you breathe out, you're going. Yeah. So more like cat and cow, but like this. From here and then. So keep breathing. This is good for your back. And so now very slowly as you breathe, you can let your legs just kind of go a little bit to the side. We're not gonna go super full twist yet. And I like to here, to keep it more melty and lazy, I like to widen my feet. I separate my feet even off of the mat or to the edge of my mat. I keep this happening, my belly, and then I let my legs go. And then I'll breathe in. Come center and then. Or you can coordinate it with your breath, see what works. But yeah, I like to have my feet more wide. I like it, but to try different ways that you like. Because I just want my bones to be loose. I don't wanna be feeling like I have to control too much yet. So just and you might feel the change in your low back. Going side to side. And 2 more breaths like this. And then 1 more breath. And then I'm gonna choose a side to let my knees lay on that side. So I'm gonna take my knees over to my left side. And I'm gonna look over to my left side, so I look in the direction my knees go. And my right arm, the opposite arm, I'm gonna breathe in and let it come up. And then breathe out, I'm gonna look towards the arm and let it come down. So I'm sweeping the arm up and down, opening a little bit of my side body and starting to engage my shoulder blades. So if I'm laying down, I'm turning my head towards my knee and then opening with that. So I'm just kind of seeing the relationship between my neck and shoulder when I move. And a lot of small movements like this are very important before you get into deep stretching, because it preps the fibers. And keep breathing, we'll do 2 more. And really opening through the neck and the side. Feel the stretch through your shoulder, through the side of your ribs. 1 more. And then coming back. And then I'm gonna bring my knees up. Come to center, make my body centered. Maybe you wanna bring your knees in for a moment. And then put the feet back to the floor when you're ready and just let them fall to the other side, see where they go. So we'll do twist on the other side. I'm gonna turn my head towards my knees, I'm gonna bring my arm up. Same thing for the other side, and my arm, I can let it be heavy and drag it on the floor. So just let your body spend very little of its energy. I'm very heavy, I'm melting. So opening and closing, opening to that side of the body. And 2 or 3 more breaths in your own time. And keep going, another one. And these are some of my favorite. And then 1 more. And then slowly bring your knees back to center. And you can bring your knees. And I'm gonna hold my knees and I'm gonna circle my low back into the floor. I'm gonna breathe and circle. I use my knees to guide the circle. And then go in the other direction if you haven't already. So now, from this position, holding our knees, I'm gonna cross my ankles and open my knees and hold them. And kind of roll a little bit and then and roll up. Yeah, awesome. So from that roll, you can actually continue through. You can Yeah, the full thing, you can just roll up and continue. So if I was here and I wanna go. Into, into table pose. It's fun. And that's like if you wanna do like your chaturanga when you're popping, that's like anyway. We don't do chaturanga in hatha, in gentle hatha, thank God. Thank God, but we do a lot of other things. And it's good to know how to move a lot of ways, so. Next, let's come into table pose. Don't worry, make your table pose loose however your body goes there. And we're going to go into the 6 movements of the spine. So you've already done some of the 6 movements of the spine. We're gonna start with cat and cow. The inhale, extension, and then the exhale, contraction. So while you do cat and cow, I'm gonna talk to you. Keep your breathing when you inhale. Up, and then when you exhale, back. So while your girls are cat and cowing, you can just look over here a little bit, but not too much, stay in your zone. So we have cervical spine, we have thoracic spine, and we have lumbar spine. Lower back, middle back, upper back, and neck. Upper back and neck is the same thing, okay? So now that you're moving your back, think about this. The different curves of the spine. My low back is a C shape, it curves this way. My upper back or my thoracic spine with the ribs curves this way. My neck curves this way. So the lower back and the neck are the same. So when we're in table pose, making downward dog, a lot of times people are going to curve here a lot. I already naturally curve there, so I don't need to work on that curve. What I want to do is curve the opposite, the low back. So when I do cat and cow, more than arching and contracting, I think more about sliding my body. So I slide, I think of leading with my chest, slide, and my eyes just are like kind of the line of the door. I slide, and then when I go, and my weight comes forward, yeah, exactly. And then I think when I go back, I also just slide my torso back until this feels like it's open. So just play with, like, just check that. So I'm thinking more of sliding. And also when I slide, I come through my shoulders and I think of my collarbones widening, and maybe I'll put my arms more wide so I can feel that. And then I'll go back. So I'm gonna go into my back actually where I need it to go, and not just because I think I need to do arching and contracting. So just pay attention, we all have different, we had a different length of a drive to get here, or how long you were sitting today, so everyone's body needs something different. So just enjoy it. We're going through 2 movements of the spine right now, flexion and extension. So I try to feel very long on my inhale, and then I stay long on my exhale, and I just curl the tail under. And I can also open my shoulders a little bit, so again. So we have flexion and extension on this plane, but we also have it on our side to side plane. Cool. So let's come back to our table pose. And then I'm gonna just look straight down, and now I'm gonna think of arching side to side. So I breathe in, I feel long, I open the collarbones. I'll exhale, I'll take my ear to my shoulder. So if I'm here, I'm like side bending, and then I'll inhale back, and then I'll exhale, side bend. So try to feel, start to think, if you're not thinking this already, that my skull and my neck are an extension of my spine. It's all the same, so. When I'm like this, I'm not like, I need to look straight down because I want this to be long, like. As long as I can be, so I'm here and then. Side, I'm still looking down, I kind of end up looking at my inner elbow. Inhale to come back and then. Side, so this is another 2 movements of the spine. Side to side, again, going through that ribs, the side ribs. And let's finish. Let's do one more for each side, or one, however you need to finish. One more for each side, wherever you're at. And really let your breath power your movement. Okay. And so next movements of the spine are what? We have twisting available to our spine. So I'm gonna go into threading the needle. Watch me before we go in, because I have some points I'd like to tell you. So I'm gonna inhale, open and twist, and then I'm gonna bring my arm under. Actually, let me show you on this side so you can see. I'm gonna open and extend, and then I'm gonna twist, and when I come under, watch the weight of my ass. The weight of my ass needs to stay back, and I'll show you why. Because I'm gonna come down here and put my head, and I don't want the weight of my ass on top of my head. No. And then, so keep it back. So if you notice you're here and you're like squishing, it's not right. So keep the weight here, extend that back, and I'm getting the twist more here. So I'm here, and then when I come, I'll inhale this arm up and do some little circles. So from the table pose, I'll be nice and strong, long, looking straight down. Inhale, one arm up, open. Feel that twist in the thoracic spine, or the spine with the ribs, and then dive that arm underneath, under spine, coming to the shoulder and then pulling back a little bit, the weight, resting your head, and then we can take that arm that's on the top up and little circles. And you can reverse your circle. And then I'll bring the arm that's up, I'll bring it down, press into the floor, push, breathe in, come up. Reach. And then bring that arm down, stabilize, neutralize, centralize as you need, and then we'll do the other side. So breathe in. Reach, and then diving down, coming on that shoulder, shifting your weight back a little bit so you're not crushing your own head. And breathe. So for most of our poses, we'll do about 4 breaths in each one today. Aiwa, and bring up that arm, good. And then reverse direction. And then we'll bring that arm down and press into the floor slowly. Inhale, up, come up. And bring it down. So now, grab your blocks. And bring them to the front of your space. We're gonna kind of do half like baby Anahadnasana, a heart opener, and then kind of like a baby dog. I like to put my blocks like this, and I'm gonna walk my body back and be as long as I can. And I'm getting like an opening through my armpit and my chest. Your blocks can be any way. They can be like this, they can be like this. See what you need. Try it out. Some days you need more stretch and you can be like this. And I'm really stretching in the thoracic, yeah, it's awesome, the thoracic spine, and breathing. So when we make our body into a shape, and then we add the breath. So first we have the shape, and we're like, God. Then add the breath, because the breath is going to be your indication of what is your version of the pose. I'm like coming into this. And I like to even pull back, anyway, riff out. So what do I mean by riff out? Make a little small movements for yourself, feel the pose, go inside your body. You don't just have to go and hold it, you know? Like breathe, be alive in the pose, so yeah. And really open through the chest. And when you're breathing, feel the rib cage open from all sides, feel the stretching in the back, feel the stretching in the side. If you wanna move a little bit from side to side and open, just keep all of your movements very melting, very slow. For now. We're not doing yin yoga right now, but we're in a yin vibe. And
Should my elbows be resting or
straight.
straight?
Yeah, and if you need more lift, that's when I flip the blocks up if I need them to be higher. Cause really I want this upper body to be like, yeah. Yeah, you could bring your knees, Tina, you could bring your knees like, now your knees are more back, you could bring your knees like a little more under up. That might be more comfortable, yeah. Try it. I'm breathing, so yeah, this one was great to do, yeah, that looks better. And that's one of your movements of the spine, and then slowly you can put your blocks down. And then just let yourself go back into a child's pose, so I'm gonna let myself go down, down, down. My arms are out, I'll bring them to my side. And then just breathe. So child's pose is our resting pose, a lot in yoga, don't worry, there's some other ones too, but this is one of our resting poses. For those of us, familiar with Islam, it's very similar vibe to your sujood. So just think about that contrast of quality. The quality of movement, the meaning of movements. Because every pose, once we start getting into the poses, is has an intention or has a purpose, has a flow of energy, has organs it affects. Everything has intention. And just stay open and observe that in your body. Yeah. Then breathing and resting. We'll take another 2 complete breaths here. And so very slowly, let's bring our arms up to the side, and I'm just gonna put them under my shoulders, and I'm gonna let myself come up. Very slow, melting, come up slow. Like you're rolling up your spine, I'm coming up. I came through this kneeling position, and I'm gonna come into a seated position. And I encourage you to use your blocks. I'm gonna put my blocks like that. So I can sit on them, they give me a little bit of a lift. And then coming to the tall. And it's not like, even if you can sit without the blocks, it's cool. But I'll tell you about props that can really help you quite a bit. So now even sitting, I'm gonna ask you to like move your cheeks. And you can get like a better position. So just sitting here, just feel the work that we've done, moving through the spine. I can feel my breath is moving a little bit better. It's great. So we've moved through many of the joints of the body, and we're going to think a lot of about the collarbones. Our collarbones are super good indicator. Like if they're coming in like this, we're closed energetically and physically. So we want to think in a lot of our poses all the time that the collarbones are open. So they're always moving open away from each other. And then the rib cage is here. So I'll let my collarbone sit open and wide, and I just will turn to the side because I want to show you something. So we've been moving up the body. We went into the spine, we did the ankles, we went through the hips, we're moving up, up, up. So now we're kind of in the collarbone and shoulder area. You can have your hands seated on your lap, and we're gonna just think of lifting and sliding down. So coordinate with your breath. We're gonna do like 4 each direction, just like we've been doing. And while you guys do this, I'm gonna give you some little tips here. So the scapula or the shoulder blade on our friend is bolted. That's not like that for us. By the way, that's the one malfunction with the skeleton that I wish that I could change a little bit. You know, actually, maybe I can, not right now. So for us, our shoulder blade, it will move. So when I go like this up, this is going up. And when I go like this down, it's sliding back down. So the scapula has the ability to slide up and down. So we're going up and down. That's what's happening when you're when you're doing that. So also, it connects to the collarbone. It's not the same bone, but it connects to the collarbone. So that's when I can feel my collarbones moving. Crunching, I can hear crunching. So do you feel that? Even if you bring your hands on your shoulders when we're coming up and down. So this whole piece here is going up and down when you're moving. You just see if you can picture that. We're gonna really work on our mind's eye image of our in our own body. So think of that. And it's because we have to go through all the joints of the body. So this is in there. So I'm going up and down. And I can even add a little movement to the body if I like it. I do. Up and down, and then I can think of forward. So coming forward, so I'm going up from the back to the front, to the back to the front, back to the front. Fica aqui? Faz aqui, né? Okay, okay. And then yeah, I like fresh air more than thank you. So rolling. So now I'm gonna turn. And I wanna show you from behind. So can you bring one hand on your shoulder blade or feel kind of the other one? So when I move my shoulder blade and feel this muscles from here, or also when I move my shoulder blade, if I come up here and just see. A lot of us, when you move, you're gonna have your muscles grabbing from the top. Like, so when I'm here, I feel this muscle is what's lifting. So we also have our under, we wanna try to engage both of them. So this will be, you might notice after your first weekend of training with so much breathing, your muscles between your ribs, you will probably feel it. This will probably be the most breathing intensive. If you haven't done it, you'll get intensive. So you're stretching that, and it's like not always happening. So when I put myself in this chicken wing position, like this, so if I'm flat, and then I put my chicken wing, the shoulder blade kind of lifts off my back a little bit. And so from here, I'm gonna do some little circles. So I'm gonna put my hand here. I'm just gonna circle and help guide the circles and keep my breathing. We do about 8 for each side. You might be like, oh, how do I get a circle out? And don't worry, we'll get better. And I'm guiding, I'm like pushing quite strongly here. I just keep circling. Left, exactly, exactly. Go back the other way. And then try to keep it so it's not going so forward, so it's not. You can be more. Yeah, see how it's like really hugging your rib cage like that more than before, it's like circling a little bit. But yeah, explore, we're gonna explore a lot, girls. Not for the front and back. Up the. Small. So see how it's more small, but more strong. And it doesn't have to be big. Like, remember, I've been a belly dancer also, so I have like and I have very long arms. So my dexterity in this area is a lot. And I have lots of injuries from it too, trust me. Thank God for Egypt weather. So let's switch on our other side. You can like shake the ayuda. As you build your vision of your anatomy, your movement quality will get very, very clean. More clean than before. So I would find that position. Even I use these ones to kind of get into my neck also. Don't worry, we're gonna go in the neck next. Simple. And one arm will be better than the other. It's more better balance with your left side control. Third leg. And the point here is I don't care about the aesthetic. The point is, not an aesthetic thing, it's you to go in and feel for your own skeleton what's going on. The point is to move the shoulder blade. This is one of the joints that people have the most problems in of all of the body, and especially now that we're doing this all day. It's a problem, yeah. So being able to move the fluid, keep it open in this area because our nerves all pass through here is very important. So if you haven't already switched direction. Let me just check, I might have to send money for the manuals. Just keep moving. And don't forget breathing. It's the breathing. Have that ready. So now you can release your arms and just kind of shake it out and visualize a little bit. And then let your hands sit however is comfortable for you. And now let's think about the neck. So think about the neck, as I said, and I'll say again, it's an extension of our spine. And so I always want to think as an extension of the spine, and the head is like, there's a little bone inside the top of the neck. And my skull is like, whoop, right on top of it. So I want you to just like, think like you have a small pencil from here. And I'm drawing tiny, tiny circle like. So it's like small, super small. So you can think you're like drawing a circle this way, or a circle this way, or if you want to hold your head and feel the circle, you can do that also. So I'm just gonna circle, or if I have, it's like I push my ears, like my head is inside of the circle, I'm pushing. However you best visualize the circle, just do it. And little circles. And with the breath. So just like we did our legs, we did all circles everywhere, now in the head, and where the head sits onto the neck. And circle again. And now switch directions if you haven't. So again, little tiny circle. And sometimes I do this like to kind of keep my head in that spot, not to get too big. Little circles. So again, my skull is on top and it's just little circles.
But my shin should be inward, like this.
Not over too much, but between those two. Just so you feel like you're like, so you feel long. So it could be more in, but not, or just not out. But here is usually a good distance, like for our own. Like if I go like this is usually from this part. This is usually a good distance for my proper position of my head. Yeah, this is usually. And then it might change as your body changes, so I think of this little circles. And then from here, I'm going to lengthen, and I'm gonna bring my chin down. So now stretching on the back of the neck, please move very carefully with your neck scrolls. We're not in a hurry for anything. So now you can just take your head from side to side. So we've been moving through the whole body. Now I'm opening through the side of the neck and my traps. And I'll go through center and to the other side. So go into your neck, see what's up. If one side needs, you find something to. Yeah. If you find something in there, stay. If you need to stay longer, stay. If you need to add a little bit of massage, go ahead. Sorry. I got more cats. The cats were staying away for a while, but they're back now. They got used to the dogs. So going side to side. Yeah, and when I'm in my own neck for myself, I'm finding when I go to the right, my left side, I'm like, oh, I feel that, and I need to add a little. Sometimes I like to add a pressure and then pull away from it. And circle. So then I'll bring my head back to neutral and I'll bring my hands just to my chest under my collarbone, and I'm gonna pull down slightly. And when I do that, I'm gonna lift up. So if you take your hands off and lift up. Sorry, when you lift up without hands, it's a different feeling, and then when I come to neutral and I put my hands and pull down a little bit. It's more of a stretch, so I'm gonna think of taking my chin. Like a rainbow shape, I'm gonna go up. And then up. And so we're pulling through the platysma muscle, this is like all through the neck and. One more for each side, so just continue. Breathing. Breathing, finish off both sides and then bringing your head back to center. And then if there's any additional movements that you want for your head, welcome, you can add if you're just like, oh, I need a little extra, go ahead. And then next, we're gonna move down into the elbows and the wrists. So just like the knee, my elbow is just like my knee, it flexes and extends. And then I have my wrists, they heave a lot, like circle. I can go the other way. Hey, is he want me to send it somewhere? Or he's coming now? I'm not picking up my stuff. Like, I have him ready in the Instapay, he's ready, I'll come to Vegas. And then for the fingers, I'm gonna take my hands in reverse wide and rotate, and I'm gonna just stretch my fingers, so go easy on what's good for you. Just stretch through the palm, and then you might stretch through the front of the front. I'll send it to Makita, the. Okay, or it's gonna be 10 minutes. And then I'll stretch, but I also wanna like roll through the hand, cause maybe you can come here, no problem. I wanna go and I wanna stretch all this meat with my fingers, so find a place today that can be very intense. So just go easy. Just open, just think, I'm going into everywhere of my body and I'm opening it a little tiny bit. Breathing. That's what we're focusing on. So of course, every time you practice, you're not gonna do the bell and all. I mean, you can, it's awesome. It's awesome, like when I do my own practice, I need like. I need like an hour and a half of stuff like this, to just get ready, and then I do like something more, I flow. You guys still have some time for that. I roll through my flow, fingers and hands. Roll it, flip it over. And then flip it over and stretch. If the floor is not suitable for this or the mat, you can use your one. So we're gonna stretch through the floor. Out. And then just see if we're a little station, and it opens or nothing. So other side, and then as you explore your body, you might find one side is, I don't like saying better or worse, it was like, I need all of my body. Yeah, I mean, so one side is more open than the other, you know, more open or less open, yeah, however. I don't wanna see my bad side, cause that's like not, I wanna talk to our body in a positive way. I just watch it when I'm saying things like that. And then shake your hands do look so much for you, anyone here left-handed? No, okay, your right thumb needs some attention. Yeah, so go in here. And it's probably kind of crispy. This muscle is like super overdeveloped for everybody. It's growing. It's growing. When I started teaching yoga, we didn't have smartphones. I still had the Motorola, okay, like the peanut phone. Yeah, in the flip one, I had the Razor before I had the Motorola Razor, so this wasn't a thing before, and even in the days leading up to this, I was very busy online, trying to finalize things, answering questions, and whatever. And it was like, I'll just do all this. So finish, like, and then I noticed like my focus gets like this, and then I also start to get stressed on my right side. And so start to move your thumb like this. So, and then just like follow it. It's like feel it. You can feel your tendons going up. And then how far up can you feel it? See how far you can follow it. Because it's coming from all the way up. So if you think about it, it's gonna go. Do this over the course of the training, it'll develop. And so when I feel in my right side a little more like this, I stretch down here. Because I know I've been like, so I need to open it. We've already done this one too much. So often it's opening through there, and I put a little pressure and it pull up. Yeah. So it's so easy. It's our first time going in there. But yeah, that we will use our practice to counter what we do. And then we have practice to like, I think of it like this, like we take our car for an oil change. We have yoga for our body. It's like something like this. So people are like, I need to train. We have basic maintenance. And then training is on top. So people forget the basic maintenance. And it's this, what we're doing now, moving through all the joints, making sure they can all move well. Maybe one day I will go to do the hand stretch and my finger is like this. Just because I didn't do it for a few days. So it's like you don't use it, you lose it kind of thing. I like to stay active and remember. So yeah, I move a lot from now. And I try to take a lot of cues from nature. I try to watch my dogs and my cats. They're like, exactly. So from here, we're going to slowly transition to standing. So you can bring it through your table pose. And I'm gonna curl my toe under. Oh, one more, actually. I'm gonna put my foot back. What we just did to our hands, but for our feet. So I'm gonna press back and just try to stretch. And I put my whole weight back. I can even get a calf stretch. I'm gonna roll my foot. And try to just roll through my toes and just do that same thing for my foot and my calf and my back. So I just try to think of all parts of my body and a very decent warm up, and I try to send oxygen and energy and blood and fluid into that area. And how do I do that in my body? I move it. It's through movement. So you can switch your other leg, same thing. You can visually fall and then square it relax. It's okay. Usually anytime I will come into this position, because otherwise I would be like this, so I just kind of like. I think a lot, and that's a great question. I think a lot about the circle of my pelvis and the circle of my ribs, and I try to like stack them, yeah. Yeah, your core should be on activated most of the time you're awake. Yeah, most of the time that you're awake, but we've become so cerebral in our societies. Yeah. People are out of their bodies, they're not in. I think I'm gonna give it a little shake and then I'll come into table. I'm gonna curl my toes under. I'm gonna just push back and just like bring my hands to my feet. Super, super bent. And I'm gonna take my time and roll to standing. So coming to standing, just kind of wiggle into your body, just be like, oh, Now I'm standing. Now I'm standing. So from here to stand, however you come to stand naturally. I want to share with you next, we're going to do a breath technique called the breath of joy. So now we just kind of were like super melty and like, and I love to be there, but now we have to like think in just a minute. So I'll demonstrate to you the breath of joy and then follow with me. I'm going to open my feet. And I have this like, this is my double bounce or this like plie going. And if you swing your arms, feel that like that feeling, let's swing. So I'm gonna breathe in, I'm gonna go, okay, I'm gonna go up, open, up, and then I go. And I wanna show you from the side, this tilt. And see, I never am like straight, like I'm like melted, I'm like a seaweed the whole time melted. So I'm gonna think of breathing, I'm gonna go inhale and inhale. And so it's 3 in and 1. And we're gonna do it like 8-10 times. And then on the last one, we go ha and we stay down. And then we roll up and we'll do 2 rounds of this. This is called breath of joy. So what we get and inhale, 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 exhale. Again, and again. Again, up. Open, and I'm bending every time, and again, inhale, and open, and bouncing. Again. 2 more. And I'm bouncing. And again. Last one, and we'll stay down. And oh yeah. And I'm really bent to my knees. And I'm gonna slowly, I'll bring my hands on my thighs and roll back. Pop up and we'll go into round 2 and start. So don't forget this important bend and again. Again. Up. Open. Up. Exhale and inhale. 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 Exhale and 3 more. 2 more. Inhale. 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 Exhale 1 more. Exhale high. Stay down. Woo, and slowly roll up. So you can feel your heart rate up, you can feel like a change in the body and maybe like just walk around your space. So we had pumping of the blood, pumping of the arms, pumping of the oxygen. Wake ourselves up. Bring the energy through the body. Great. Okay, take a shake, grab a drink. If anyone needs the bathroom, you can leave the mat set up like this. If you want your books, we're gonna do a little bit of theater. The lights are okay like this, or do you feel sleepy? Okay, okay. I prefer this, but if anyone feels like they need more, we can turn the lights on. To the big light. Yeah. Yeah. There's so, I wanted to get a light with a dimmer when I did the renovation in here, and that was a nightmare to find, and they didn't. I was, yeah, something with electricity surges. Something big with it fun. It's nice. Oh, any questions or comments from the warm up from any observations?
My confusion, like my thing is. Where I've done a lot of yin where like you're disengaged, like you're not engaging. I don't know when I should be engaging when I shouldn't in like different.
Half for some things. So now I'll be like, we're in super yin mode, but I was like half yin mode, cause I was like,
Yeah.
stay melty, stay, so whenever it feels proper.
Yeah.
For that type of stuff, so this one, especially for the warm up. I want it to become intuitive, where you're going into your body and you're like, what do I need in this
Yeah.
place? So maybe like it's, it's more active, but it will hold both qualities. So we
Yeah.
weren't like straight inning out, but we weren't straight yang
Yeah.
out either. So I occupy a place like this a lot in that.
Yeah.
So unless I'm like, just be like total floppy,
Mhm.
then that's when.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a good question though. But yeah, if you guys wanna make a tea or something. Cause we're gonna go into some theory, we're gonna talk about what is yoga, oh, not theory, theory. Not use theory. What do you hear?
Theory for what? Do I need my?
Yeah, perfect timing, or have a tea also, Sorry, I didn't have my phone, I just will have to send money for this. Hey, I didn't send it through yet, is this the proper name, double check with him, it's the number from above.
No, I haven't any desks. The usual is really so. And that's. The same here, the other one, so we'll have to. We have to go away from.
Cindy Rose is on her way back in like 5 minutes with the manuals also, but. We'll start a little bit, so your manuals, you can also make notes in them, but. But anyway, if you wanna have a snack tea now, you can, or another tea is good. We're gonna break down the reading. And then snack over here. Was there anything in the practice? That you were like, whoa, I never saw that before, or like just some things, or the way that it was laid out, any.
No, I really like those stuff. I love the.
That's from one
Oh,
of,
yeah, I have to work from that.
yeah, everyone does, yeah, that's actually from, a dancer, a friend of mine, she does dance therapeutics, it's called, and it's like yoga meets dance for the whole body. Yeah.
And the muscle as well, like, cause I've got active.
Everyone says, so we want to activate our latissimus dorsi.
Okay.
A lot, like that, we want our lungs to activate, it's possible, it just takes like very small.
I could feel it's very
Oh,
small engagement. Like,
you're like, but because also we don't think about sometimes when we're engaging unless we're like very specific.
yeah,
But anyway, the woman that, I got that exercise from was like a 20 years yogi and a dancer. But then they also do a video. And she was like. Very beautiful. So.
it's good, this, I don't know what it is. That record,
I think it's rice.
rice.
Right, or chicken.
What is it?
I think.
Oh, it's good wheat.
Wheat?
Yes, wheat. Wheat, so like a wafer. Yes. No, it's not sweet, it's more savory.
No, Belinda? Okay, so, then, okay, I'll send right that was a new screenshot. Oh, awesome, awesome. Alright, she's on the way, I didn't even put the money in, let's say, but Egypt. And you, they would never do that in Turkey, yeah, no. No, someone asked me, actually, I have a picture of myself. I had, there's an artist, Canadian Egyptian artist called Lucky, something like that. Yeah, I thought they drew it, it took them like 40 minutes, I like, yeah, I was sitting for that, yeah. And he framed it for me, yeah, isn't that cool? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, it was really cool, he had his cool studio, and they did it with shop, yeah. It's really interesting.
If you want to see the actual shirts of the show. Yeah, individually, but as you come away, it's.
I'd like to be an asshole am I to have my own portrait, my own, but. Oh, my.
No, but this is good.
Establish this one. I'm here, yeah. It's,
Yeah,
my place.
it's important.
Yeah, I'm here. Alright, she's coming with that.
November is stone. And I have.
Oh, I did see. Yeah, okay, awesome. Sorry for the bit. I love him so much during the day. During the day, I love this. I'm like, you're my little angel, I love you. I had Yasmin, flowers of Yasmin, and I'm putting them on the dog, it's like, I love you so much. And then I'm like, oh, you know, so. To be alive is a bipolar experience. So while we're together in person, I don't wanna go too much into theory, like I'll go into my tangents and little stories that are like, bring it all together. But like, we'll do a lot of the theory stuff online as much as we can, cause there's a lot to read, and like I said, videos and not. I don't wanna say it's not important, but it's. It just can make for a super long day. But we'll go into the front, what is yoga? What is yoga? The word yoga itself, it means to yoke or join, to bring into union. Our oneness, our bliss to the fact that all things in the world are connected. So we're in a Muslim country. I've had several guys, situationships guys, whatever. And some girls, not as often, girls are a little more open-minded. But saying, do you know what you're doing is haram? What you're doing is against Islam. To do yoga is against Islam. So I will be very quick to say that I don't think our creator, and it's my own opinion, will have any problem with any practice that I do that is bringing me more peace, so I can be a better human according to their values. This is my own belief. If I'm arrogant and I'm wrong, inshallah, I'm not. The problems that would that would be a problem for Islam versus yoga, if I need to think like this, which I don't care, but I did think like this about this a lot. Is the fact that yoga comes from a Vedic system or from that has a pantheon of gods. They have many gods, which in Islam is not. We have one God. This is a big factor in Islam. And worship of anything outside of one God, outside of Allah, is outside of Islam. So in my program, we talk a little bit about that, but we don't go into any of the gods, but I do encourage you to research them, because you can look at it like the Greek myths. It's stories, you can, and whatever, I don't care what your god is, to be honest, but I'm trying to be like, cover everything. And you will come up against this argument in Egypt, so, anyway, this is how I come to be okay with it. And then you can take that and do your own thing. So also for chanting, yoga has kirtan or chanting of vowels, and often they're singing songs to the different gods. I don't have that in the program. We do vocal work. We'll do we'll do some other sacred vowels and sounds, but I approach it from like a musical approach where we do vocalization and vowels. We don't sing to any deities. I mean, Islam aside, for my own self, I don't like to recite a language that I don't know what's being said. It's weird. I believe in the power of words. I believe in subliminal messaging. I believe it. So I'm very careful not to engage in that, something I don't know, or also I'm very careful about like when I'm teaching or when I'm sharing. Yeah, I sent him a chat. So just so you know, we will have some Sanskrit terms or some Sanskrit words, and they're not about any worship. It's not, just maybe you weren't even thinking that. Oh, look at that book, it's so big. Don't be scared. So we will have vocal work component in the program, but it's not based on singing to Hanuman, the monkey-headed god, or Ganesha, the elephant-headed god. It's not like, we will learn who they are, but we have no element of worship. We can have reverence, but just so kind of put that there. So, yeah, anyway, yeah, it's a big book. Take some notes, guys. And they have lots of, so now I'm on page 10. All this stuff is not so important. Yeah, I'm on page 10, history and philosophy. What is yoga? I'm not gonna go into Sanskrit terms tonight because there was many like years that I went and attended yoga events and the teacher saying Sanskrit. I have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah, for you. And I'm a professional for fucking years, and it's not so important. But we'll brush up on what is important as we go along. So often when someone says, I'm doing yoga, oh, I think of a studio like this and some incense and some yoga pants and a mat, dynamic stretching. It's more than this. So that's what we know it. I'm gonna call us the Western world, because that's how we're practicing. So in the Western world, the practice of yoga has been brought down to only the asana or the poses. So the word asana is the Sanskrit word for poses or forms. I like the word form a lot more because pose implies you're kind of voguing, whereas form is the form of the body. In our training, we will use a technique, we will use a concept rather than technique called sensation-based alignment. So this was from my yin training. So if you've been to a yoga class, and you're all in Warrior 2, the teacher's gonna come around and put everyone's arm the same and put everyone's knee the same. Aesthetic, cool. Sometimes this is not possible for people to all be the same. Again, I say, look at our variety, our diversity, just sitting. Of course, we have this inside of our skeleton. So I really want you to like instill this concept into yourself. A very good example. When I open my arm straight, my elbow, let's all do this, let me see it. We're all pretty normal, there's some people when they open it, goes down, right? You've seen it before, so why can this happen? This is not because they stretched and they made training for this, it's impossible. What's going on is, this is another concept. This is compression. So when I open to here and I stop, it's because my bone. This guy, he goes open, she goes more open, but it's also because the bone, see this dent? Stop. So that's what's happening when I'm going down, stop. You feel that? It's bone on bone. So. Doesn't matter how much I stretch and train, like I can break it, if I go more, it will break. So we need to know the difference in our own body. The difference between compression, which is bone and bone, and then tension, which is I can work on it. Here, I can probably go further, because it's my elastic tissues that I will tell you. When it's bone on bone, hold on, that is finished right now. It's finished, like. It's not a thing, so learning that in your own body is gonna help you deal with limitations and know what is your limitations and put it. Reality into perspective, right? Because if a teacher's coming and you all have different rotation, you don't have different rotation. So. I need to know where my compression, my one-on-one is, where my tension, because what am I gonna focus on? Oh, I really wish I had a more open elbow. Unrealistic beauty standards. Yeah, that's not what I heard. So I really wanna open my elbow more and I just can't, and I'm working, I don't know why, so I'm wasting my time, so just. Randomly, not random, but it's an example, that's not a fictional example. So knowing that. If I'm working on my split, this is something more substantial. We have our side split, we have center split, if I'm working on my split. And I'm working, like, I don't know why one side is really good, another side is not as good, why? Maybe the rotation of my hips is not symmetrical, I'm a biological animal. I can have deviations, I can have asymmetry, I'm not perfect symmetry, I'm a living being. So these will be inquiry and questions and study of your own body. So then you're able to kind of see on other people, because this is what we're training the eye for, we're training 2 eyes. We have 2 eyes, but we have 3 eyes, so we're training the eye. The inner eye, so I have my vision. So I can go in and kind of picture what's going on when I go into the body. And then we're training the external eye for when I see it on someone else. I will never understand 100% what someone else is feeling, but I can get a pretty good idea because I spent a lot of time observing myself. So we're gonna go between these 2 modes of viewing. And that's what the mode of viewing to become a teacher will be, is to be very like, okay, I can feel it, and so you'll develop your eyes, so when you look at someone. You can kind of feel them a little bit. Never 100% Tammy, but it can get pretty close. So we will determine what is compression and what is tension. Yeah, thank you. We can determine, that will be something to watch for in the body. So like I said, what we're doing now, the practice of yoga is so different than what it was 6,000 years ago, and thank God for the people to bring it forward to us. Merci. But it's different, we're in 2025, I'm fucking overstimulated. So much, I have too much information, I have to sit in an unnatural position if I work at a computer, I'm doing this a lot, like what is it, so we're in a very weird time, 2025. How to make yoga work for us. So what are the benefits that we know from yoga to yoga, or to join, or the union, or the oneness? What does that mean? Like, I want to reduce my stress. That's what people are coming to yoga for. Oh, I heard yoga is good for reducing stress, but I'm not flexible. Okay. So flexibility is a side effect of yoga, not a prerequisite. And what someone views as flexible for one person might be not for another person. So if I sit with like old person, I'm sitting on the floor like this, they might be like, holy shit, you're so flexible. And I'm like, what? I didn't even stretch today, but it's based on everyone's ability. So just remember, and it will be something that you tell students again and again. That, oh, I wanna come to class, but I'm not flexible, like, you become flexible because you came to class, or maybe you don't, but for sure it will be an improvement further from. So most people that you meet, and probably your own selves, were introduced to yoga from the physical standpoint of it. So during the training, we go into more than the physical standpoint, but we have a big focus on the physical, because working with people and moving their bodies. You know what, though? Since I became a yoga teacher, the body was like more of a focus. Now we all need to deal with people's mental health. That's scary. So. Go easy on me. As far as adjustments go very minimal on adjustments, go super minimal. And we'll talk about that when we get to in each pose, but. People are very fragile right now in the world. And you need like to be held like this, so the point of being a yoga teacher is to have this space to hold people and kind of let them explore their own self. You don't know what's better for someone's body than they know. Often they don't have the confidence to know that they know. So it's actually a mental game of you telling them they have confidence through showing them how to do things. Does that make sense? So it's a mental game to be a yoga teacher more than a physical game. There's a lot of different kinds of yoga, a lot. So I have the modern purveyors on page 12. A list of people, and don't worry, I'll guide your homework. I'm not just gonna say, look at the manual and go. I'm gonna give you structured study. But I recommend that you get familiar with most of these people, so when you see the names and kind of know the styles, what's going on, it's just kind of like. Yoga is the word music, these are all the genre music. So. So the lineage from which we will study Kupala yoga and yin yoga. The brief history of Kupala yoga, we're gonna focus a lot on Kupala. Swami Kupala came from in like 1963 to America. Actually, India. My teachers, the old ladies that were flexible that I told you about, they studied with him directly. They studied with him in India, and then also when he came to Kupala in North America. So practice of Kupala, we have about 36 to 40 different poses, and we hold them for 4 breaths. And then we do two integrating breaths in between, and we'll do like a little, this is where we end for the evening. And we have integrating breaths. So we take 4 breaths in the pose, whatever, if you have any mountain pose and holding, extension, we have some other points to focus on. And then I come back into my mountain pose, or just my basic standing. We take 2 breaths and just observe. How was that? How do I feel now in reverberation after the pose? It's kind of the home, it's a more gentle yoga. And we have to keep the meter, the gauge, the breath. The breath will tell you if your pose is, if you've chosen the option that's too advanced for you. And it might just be something very small centimeter, but if you can't breathe, it's too much. Back. Just back it up a little bit. So, as I mentioned, the word yoga means to unify, unite, or rio. And so what we're connecting to is our oneness. This is a different sensation for everyone. And it can lead to your divine, your higher, or your best self, as we say nowadays. It can also mean disentangling or less entanglement. So the word entanglement, if you go to any breath work, art therapy, particularly what they have in Egypt right now. Art therapy, lots of art therapy. Non-being breath work, holotropic breath work, tuning fork meditation, all kinds. There's more that I can't remember. Sound healing with the Iowa Himalayan. Iowa. So all of the objective of these practices is what? Just make sure. It's all the same objective, right? Feel more like myself. Feel more not stressed by the outside world. What does this all mean? What does it mean to feel more like myself? What does it mean to have less stress? It's for me to be myself. So what makes me not myself? Interference from outside. Interfering, like with life. Stop, please. So interference from out. So these are different practices that help us close. You can think like I'm putting my shell, my aura, protecting my aura. And I don't hear this noise. So it's like to turn off the zap, to turn off the noise, to turn off the stimulation, to turn off the interference, with spiritual interference. You could be alone, and have you like a thought of someone is bothering you. So getting better at disentangling. So tangling, whether it's through sound, whether it's through thoughts, whether it's through sensation, whether it's just bombardment. So this is a practice, another one, and kind of the OG practice. That's what I was saying to Nero's, when we were thinking about like how to market, like how to sales, because I was like, what I want to tell everyone, and I was for whoever was in the when we did the Q&A. What I want to really tell everyone about yoga is if you're going into wellness, any type of wellness, they've taken something from yoga. Any of them. They've taken it and it's become monetized. And listen, I love money and I want us all to have a lot of it. Okay, so put it in your mind, money's not bad, we need it, but everything, information has become a commodity. We're in the capitalist commercial. So we're in the commercial world, what to do? While you're disentangling yourself from this commercial world, we're trying to you have to just have, again, acceptance of reality that this is where we are. So many different wellness practices exist now for the modern human because life is stressful. So there's all these different ways of getting this. Because yoga was kind of I was a dancer before I was into yoga, and after I got into yoga, I was exposed to a lot. I went to different meditations or kirtan or sound bath or whatever, and wherever I went, I was like, oh, I saw that before somewhere. And it was from my yoga training, you know what I mean? That I didn't realize. So now when I see the emergence of all these new therapies, it's actually old therapies and simple stuff like walk barefoot in the grass and connect with nature. It's old, it's not a new idea. So just remember, this is old and it works. That's why it's still happening now. So this is a 6,000-year-old science and it's still working. But again, like I said before, how do we make it work for us? I'm not saying that you need to go and adopt a vegan diet. I'm not vegan. I've had times on and off where I have it. I'm not saying that you need to just shut out the world. It's impossible. I'm a very practical person. But we can make these practices work for us. So, as I was saying, poses, that's kind of what we know yoga for, and maybe meditation, I don't know. But I think when we think of yoga, we think of poses. We think of studio, we think of yoga mats, we think of yoga pants, I do, anyway, and I've been doing it for a long time, but still someone says yoga, that's my mind goes to this. So in the actual science of yoga, there's 8 things equally as important, they call it the 8 limbs of yoga, and the poses is just one. So just keep that in mind, we're gonna focus very heavy on poses, but it's just one of the elements of yoga. Where we got a lot of our information from, it was carried down from something called the Yoga Sutras. So sutra is like a thread or a sutra, a thread, so the threads of this. And they have become the primary teachings. They came from a sage called Patanjali. They don't know if Patanjali was one guy, or maybe he was like 10 guys working as a group. They don't know. But Patanjali is the one who codified. Codify means he watched what they were doing and he wrote it down, made it into giving everything standardized names. He made his own for this. So, the 8 limb path, the 8 elements, is known as Ashtanga. We also have Ashtanga Yoga, the special day, but it's Ashtanga, the full encompassing. Like I said, what pop culture knows yoga is mostly the physical, people who spend more time will go more into the philosophy. Our training focuses deeply on the physical aspects. And we'll go into meditation and different breath works. I think we have 6 different breath works that we'll do. We'll do some energy work, work with the koshas, learn the chakras at a very basic level, but do a little bit of energy work also. And then also because our yin deals with chi, like in yogic philosophy, we call the life energy prana. In Chinese philosophy, we call it qi or ki. So it's the same thing. They're just from different schools, from different parts of the world. So, said many of you will become commercial yoga teachers, and you'll really need, if you're a commercial yoga teacher and teaching a lot of classes, your knowledge of the body is the most important thing in your practice, and your knowledge of not just the body, but what are the contraindications. So what are the things that are not safe to do? Because there's a lot of room, but if you see something like not safe, that's the most important kind of. Because your students will come to you for the physical aspect, and your students will ask you a lot of questions, a lot. And I'm not complaining and telling you don't ask, please ask me questions. But the questions I've gotten over the years, especially in a training like this, we're going very deep, so feel free to come at me with personal questions. I'm open. I'm at your service in this time. But yeah, when you're a studio teacher, people are gonna treat you like you're their psychologist. And you have to have a good boundary. Anyway, this may come into professional essentials, and maybe you wanna help everyone. Of course you do, why not? I love to help people, like they need it, and I can, maybe. But you need to know when you're in the boundary. So we'll discuss that also, but yeah, people will look at you when you're a yoga teacher also, like, you're some like realized angel being, wow. I bet they levitate, I bet they never eat meat, I bet they are so, like, they will make ideas. People will make ideas about if you're in any public work, people make ideas about you. So then be aware for this, and also how we look at themselves. Show up very clean, show up clean, show up professional, whatever that means to you. Because people are watching you closely, even like having your pedicure is important when you're a teacher, yeah. I don't wanna go in my class and my teacher's walking past my space and then they have like this very nasty foot. I don't wanna see it. I'm like, I don't want anything to make me scared, right? Don't make anyone scared. So hygiene, good presentation, being generally aware that you're on display. Like when you're a yoga teacher, you're on stage. You're making a presentation. Keep it in mind. And also if you say, oh, I'm a yoga teacher, you get to say, what is that standard? Because it can be any type of person can be a yoga teacher. So it's up to us. That's what we call professionalism. That's like, it's up to us I don't need people to think I'm perfect again, but I need them to know I know what I'm talking about, and I need them to also know, that I value what I do very deeply. Other than that, I really don't care about opinions that bother me, anything people think, I don't care. But when it comes to my work, I want you to know that I did my due diligence. And that I take it seriously and I'm not being lazy with that, so. How we present ourselves when we go into different spaces, if I wanna talk to a company. Maybe you need yoga for for your employees or your clients or whatever. I wanna go in well spoken, well prepared, smelling nice, not too much, well dressed, a nice professional clean image. Because now you're representing your own work, again, you're entrepreneur, so this is a lot. So probably the most famous quote from the Yoga Sutras, and now we begin the practice of yoga. So this is how the book opens, Sutra, Yoga Sutra number 1. And now we begin the practice of yoga. I have in your required reading. I have that it's recommended to have a copy of the Yoga Sutras. I'll show you my copy. It's a dry read, it's hard to read, I won't lie, so maybe getting like a YouTube, someone,
Spotify.
like an audio, and if you have resources, feel free to share them together in the WhatsApp group, we're super welcome. And you don't need to be like, I won't be like, guys, look at my dogs today, I'll say, I'll say that for I would want to, but let's try to keep it. We can share that in private messages. But anyway, if you have any resources or hey, I was in YouTube late at night and I thought you guys would enjoy this video, please share it together. Cause you guys are gonna become very close. Yeah, I still am friends with people from my training so many years ago. Yeah, we became very close. It was something very amazing. We became very close. I had like 9 people in my first training, and then I was with them all year, so you guys will become. You will learn how each other thinks and so rely on each other, ask each other questions. Again, I'm here for you in this time, of course, but also you have each other also. So in our 8 limbs of yoga, the ones that we're gonna focus on a lot is the yama and the niyama. This is kind of one that they focus a little more in yoga philosophy. The yama is the restraints or moral disciplines, and it's like, do not harm, it's harming others, harming yourself. There's a list of them. So things like this, niyama is like cleanliness, a good attitude, a clean mind. It's just kind of like good rules to live by. It doesn't matter your religion. As a person, as a human being with a body, this is what they determined is important to help you feel fine and to help you feel more bliss or more less entangled, like we were talking about all the problems of life. So we have, again, you see in this list here, asana, or the postures, it's in there. We have pranayama, which is our breath work. Pratyahara, which is kind of a sense withdrawal, if you've ever heard of Vipassana, these silent retreats. We do have another way of doing it, Ramadan, when we're fasting, so it's kind of fasting, sense withdrawal, how to become master of our senses, so our senses are not mastering us. The Dharana. It's not exactly meditation, but it's not meditation. So focus, concentration, I would call it flow state, actually. So when you're working on something you're very passionate about and the time you spend in it and the time goes fast. That's what I would call flow state also. Dhyana is the meditative absorption. So again, when you're in, these two I feel overlap for how I can explain it in my language. This would be more into being absorbed in the idea. They have different meditations, like meditating on a flame, meditating on the sound of the breath, meditating on the feeling of the air on my skin, sensational feeling. And then samadhi, which is like your bliss or enlightenment. You'll experience samadhi. If someone tells you that, leave. Walk out the door. If they tell you you're going to experience samadhi in whatever, anywhere, you just leave. That means you're gonna become enlightened, or you're going, it would be bullshit, it would be, kalam kisi, it's not possible, it's not possible. It's not possible in the human experience, so your bliss or your enlightenment. Of course, we have many stages of realization in our lives as we learn different things, but enlightenment's probably not gonna be one of them. Yeah, maybe, but in 2025, I wear the gurus, there's kind of impossible, I think with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi passing through all of us, we're fried. Yeah. I don't wanna be pessimistic, but. I'm not, I'm trying to be realistic here. And it's the ultimate final end goal. So what do they say, like before people die, they're like, I got it, like they have their, so maybe right before you die, Andrew.
It's probably not know about it.
Exactly. No one else knows, and you might only know for 1 second, anyway. So everything builds off the previous one, so for us to be able to go, so I have yama niyama, so it starts. This is the list of things that I need to be a good person and healthy. Or the things I need to stay away from to be a good person and healthy. And then the niyama, these are the things I need to do to be a good person and healthy. And then after I've gotten that, I have to think about my body, which is the posture and the asana. And to have a body, I need to think about breath work. See how they all thread to, you need them all. Danny, my son's withdrawal, that means don't overstimulate yourself. That's possible. It's so hard. It's so hard nowadays. Don't at least once a day, I'm like, I'm overstimulated. And I use that wording. I'm like, okay, I'm overstimulated, calm down, everything down. Or just go sit and look at a tree or go see my dogs. I have a super romance with the dogs right now. Yeah, I love them. So then again, focus, concentration. I'm overstimulated. I need to come back into myself. So again, the focus, concentration, meditative absorption, again, back into myself, something important. When I get overstimulated, or I just feel too busy, I think about times when I'm actually happy and joyful. And I'm mostly a happy person, very silly and sorry, alhamdulillah, I'm good. And I'm mostly good. But the times where I feel happy in my heart are usually very simple. I'm looking at a flower, or I'm looking at my dogs. A few weeks ago, my basement flooded. I had a problem, and it was stressing. And then the dogs came, and the dogs were playing in the water, and it was down, and I was like, oh. It's so cute. I was like, look at their little pool. And it's a problem for me. But then I was like, it can take me from this moment of being like, oh, and I had workers and stress and money. And I just had this moment of something so pure and simple. Just look at how happy that usually it's something to do with nature. For me, or usually a small moment with someone like that. But yeah, it's when I think about what do I need right now, if I need to feel better from anything. It's I don't really need anything. I need less, if anything, So I try to think about that. Yeah, when do I feel most fulfilled? When do I feel nice and glowing from my heart, So that will be as close to our bliss as we get. Swami Kripalu described the yama and the niyama as a garland. So the guy in the street when he's selling us the full the jasmine outside. So this is a garland of flowers. So he said if you pick one, all the petals are affected. So living by these codes of conduct, to the best of our ability, we can experience way less stress and just feel more on top of our game. So there's that for feeling more peaceful. And we go into a little bit. The 8 limbs of yoga, again, the Ashtanga. So ahimsa, non-violence. You guys can read that in your time. Satya, truthfulness, don't be a liar. Because it's also violence, because you need to deal with the, you know. Kind of violence in a way, non-stealing. And energy management. Non-grasping. So grasping is just like, I have a jealousy, greed, wanting, needing, materialistic. So those are the things we want to stay away from, the yamas. The niyamas are the things we want to do more of. Cleanliness. Just be nice and clean, or purity, so it's not just clean in the body. But it's clean in our mind, and it's really hard when we have overstimulation and we have a lot of information, so what does that look like to have a clean mind? Not being a super hater. Don't be a super hater. I'm joking because I love to be a super hater, sometimes I won't lie, it's so fun. It can be super fun. So it's also like notice that like I can laugh at it and notice when I'm doing it. So that's the difference between doing it and not being aware you're doing it. I'm like, oh, I'm being a super hater right now. Or I'm like, I'm gonna take a minute and be a hater. Like I have to get it out. So, but I have that quality of myself. Everyone probably has it a little bit. You know, so cleanliness and how we act and how we are when we're out and how we treat our environment and how we take care of others. Yeah, oh god, I'm thinking of this guy. I had like before the training, there was a boy that came. I have lots of, because I'm a building owner. Here, I take care of this building. I have a lot of people come and ask me for work, a lot. I wasn't in the mood today, I already had the guy cut the deep trees, it's like already a lot. Then I had outside ringing my bell, and I was like, I don't want to talk to anyone, and then there was this boy came, he was very dirty, so fucking dirty. I was like, I don't wanna deal with this right now, I told him I had corona, I was like, I don't wanna deal with you, yeah, I'm just tired, please. And he's like, oh, I'm trying to go to my sister's wedding and I need some money, and I was like, why is it my problem? Why me? Look at all the other villas, because you're the only one that would talk to me. And I was like, oh. I go, okay, I need some garbage cleaned up. For this much. I'll come back and pop up. You know, and then he kept ringing my bell and bothering me, whatever, and I was just like. Really annoyed, and I'm getting ready to greet you nice girls and finish everything, and I was like, I don't have time for this. And then I have some orange trees out there, take the orange, whatever, and then he's getting ready to go. I was like, listen, I'm done for today, boys, I gave you this work, you went enough. And then he broke my heart, he was like, hey, can I ask you something else? And I said, okay. He's like, do you have any shampoo that I can? He was literally so dirty. Yeah, like he was looked like he crawled from the garbage. Probably did. He was like, I need also, if you have bucket, you have a blanket. So like the things that he was asking for were just like so basic human rights, you know? And I cried from it. So it's also how you handle situations like that. Is the cleanliness of your heart, cause like I was struggling with it, I was like, get the fuck out of here, I don't have time. And then I was like, look at me, that needs help, you know, and I'm like, why me to do it, you know, so. It doesn't mean upholding these values that we're gonna do it perfect every time, or that we don't have conflict in ourselves. Like I'm giving you a real-time example that happened today, where I was very conflicted and I didn't want to help, but I ended up doing it, But I didn't want to. And then I would think about, and that's just one example, I have people almost every day asking me for work, and yeah, a lot of things going on. Some days I'm sending them away for sure, you know, and I don't have many things, so it's like learning how to manage these things inside of us with interference, because there's no way that we're going to be free from other people bothering us. Maybe your family asks a lot from you. I know Egyptian families are like in your business, like, what are we talking, what do you do, you know, and I know it's challenging, they're in your business. So you're going to succeed and ace it, it'll be amazing some days, and then some days you'll be like, oh god, a shitty person. You know, like you'll go through all of these emotions, just in life, not just in yoga, but. Yoga is not separating from your life, it's not just something that you do, now I'm doing yoga, you know, it will become how you live, especially if you're planning to become a teacher. So it's able to be able, like I said, to look at yourself. I can share with you my qualities that are good, yes, I helped the guy, and then I'm sharing with you my internal dialogue, it wasn't good. I was being an asshole inside my mind, but, you know, part of being able to hold the space and hold the group is being able to admit these things about yourself, and never try to pretend that you're perfect to your students. They will smell it, and it's awkward for them, because they wanna just be themselves, and if you're too perfect, how can they even be great? You know, it's not comfortable, so we wanna make ourselves comfortable, and we wanna make the external world comfortable, as long as it doesn't take from us. And that's when you want to figure out over your time of your whole life. So another quality that we want to bring into us is the santosha or contentment, which is just being satisfied with yourself. Another way we could look at this in the modern wellness world, what would it be? What would be the, let's word? It would be gratitude, right? So you would be having more gratitude, and it's very easy, even in a situation like today. I can be grateful that I'm in a position I can help someone. And I can also be grateful I'm not in that position also. Egypt is so amazing for that. If you're not grateful in this country, go. Go, because, you know, people say, why did you move from Canada to Egypt? And I'll tell them this one thing. In Canada, when I say, how's it going? They'll be like, fuck my life. Maybe in the UK also, it's similar, self-depreciating
Yeah.
statement. In Egypt, I can ask this poor dirty person on the side of the road, Emily, how are you? They'll say, alhamdulillah. This is a huge mindset difference, huge. And part of it here is not because it's a pure answer, it's because it's cultural conditioning and just comes automatically. But that's just such a different approach. I mean, thank God I'm just here, thank God, you know, so how can you be more content? Yes, let's always like strive and work and get more and be better and improve. But you can be enough now also, you're like, I am here. I had a girl the other night. Before Halloween, private lesson, she was having like a crisis, she's your age-ish, 27. And she's like, I just worked so much of my life and I didn't do anything yet. I'm like, baby, your life is coming still, it's not finished, like, you know, like you just prepared yourself and you're not even 30, so like life is coming for you still, you know, so this was her issue, was her contentment and her gratitude, was she was just like, oh, she thought she should be in another place, so. Again, looking at your situation, assessing your situation, maybe I wanna be in a different situation, but look at your current one and see how it's holding you now and what it's doing for you, and like, feel happy for that, you know, and feel content or satisfied. How can you look at your life and get more satisfaction? How? Like, that's the key, by the way. I do a lot of life coaching things, and everyone needs more satisfaction, or they could be more satisfied, but they're just like, it's never enough. I need money, I need clothes, I need, so just like stopping and looking where you're at, what you're working on, that's something to be grateful for also. So again, cultivating the internal contentment. I can be content when the dogs are playing in my flooded basement water. You know, so taking situations and trying to make them a little less shit. So the contentment leads into the next one. That's the self-discipline or the transformation. So they will go into this one and refer to it with the element of fire a lot. Because we need fire to transform, we need to go through the fire to transform. When we have a strong internal fire, and also we build that with our poses. Where we had a lot of that different breath work that build heat in the core of the body. That helps our body transform, so that's the most like immediate way of progress is through the physical realm. And often. When we're working in the physical, even just for a little bit, like even after our warm up, oh, I feel more limber, I breathe, I feel more, I can think better, I feel more fresh. So if we wanna make a transformation, whatever it is, it will require a fire or a power. It gives us the ability to push through to change something, because if everything is just like slow and linear, it's not like the flare of the explosion. So again, with that also, self-study, self-inquiry, self-awareness. This means this is an emergency. It's a sign of self-awareness, this is an emergency. And like I mentioned, this whole training, approach it really from a self-study. Yeah, I'm giving you information. You can get all this information if you're focused, you can get it all on YouTube for free. I just organized it all for you, put the accreditation and did a lot of behind the scenes work. You know, like use whatever training you end up taking, this one, more yoga, anything, free diving, whatever you're doing. Use it to learn about yourself. So again, we're gonna learn about the physical, where's my tension, where's my compression, but then also learn like when you're under pressure and you have fire under your ass, test. You know, a test or an assignment or your practice teach, and you'll have some nerves, some fire. Watch yourself. What's the qualities? How do you act? You know, do I like myself when I'm under stress? Do I don't like myself when I'm under stress? How can I change so I like myself more? That's the cool thing about the self. We can add to it, always, we can take away from it. We have some key fundamental points like who we are, like from when we're like, ask your mom. And then you're a baby. That's why I always ask my mom, I was like, Mom, what were some qualities that I had when I was like 3 that I still have now? You know, like, is there, you know, I've changed and grown a lot, even just in the last years. Learned a lot, saw a lot, but there's qualities about my essence, who I am, like my divine spark. That's good. You know, or watch yourself. Surrender. So, this is another parallel with this time. Surrender, and as I will say. How I've been wording it all night is accepting reality. So that's a surrender, is accepting reality. So we think about a situation that we don't wanna be in. Maybe someone we know is very sick, or maybe we got information in something. And we're like, no, you know, no, I don't want this, no. That's resistance. So sometimes as painful as it can be to surrender or accept reality, it's just gonna pass, you know, and time will pass, and then we realize we're not as important as we thought in the grand scheme of time. So when we shift our external focus to more internal, again, what's important to us, like these little quality moments when we feel more satisfied, when we have more less entanglement. We can scan our body for tightness and discomfort, so this will be a practice that we do many times, and hopefully you take it and run with it. That when I have to figure something out, like a strong decision, and I just like, I can't think, I'm just like, oh, I need to figure this out, I can't. I lay on the floor, I go into my breathing, like when we just did our opening stretch. For a long time, for 8, 12, longer, I set my timer on my phone, sometimes 30 minutes, so I will check my phone, and so I won't answer if anyone calls me. And I just sit with myself and observe this. And I just kind of feel, where is my problem holding? Maybe I'll feel like some tightness around my heart. And I can breathe and think of it relaxing into that, or maybe it's like a tightness anywhere, it can be holding anywhere. So I go into the body and I kind of observe and try to breathe into that, do my visualization to just lighten. And often after maybe a couple sessions like this with myself, I can come to a better mind space to make my choice, my focus more. When we get into the yin component, yin, we're sitting in some poses 6 minutes, 2 minutes, and you watch the class and like we're here 2 minutes and they're like, and then they start to like move. I'm like, best, and we get really like squirrely. Should I be doing anything? Why am I being here for so long? And then the mind, and then the minds happen. So it's like through the actions of the body, you can train the mind. It's called somatics or psychosomatics. Through the actions of the body, we can train the mind to behave as we want. So just as we're training the body to have more flexibility, more range of motion, we're also training our mind to have more flexibility and more range of motion to be able to handle more stress. And we're sorry, at the end of the day, it's all stress. Wish I had better news, yeah. So next we get into the 8 limbs, the asana. So the postures, it's the most common, when we hear yoga, it's the most common element of yoga for sure. So as I mentioned, the sentence sensation-based alignment. What does this mean? I am going for a sensation in my inner mind's vision of my body. I'm feeling, am I aligned? Not when the teacher just puts my arms straight, like, because I could be like this and it's like, ah. So I kind of like, again, check all those bones, I check that shoulder blade, is it settling onto the back? I feel my sensations in my body to check for my alignment. And then someone could come and be like, it could be more like this, but moving from the sensation of the self and in the body is kind of how we will go into that. The word asana literally translates to seat. The seat that we take before meditation. So the practice of yoga was developed primarily to help them sit for a long time in meditation. And because you're building prana and you're building energy in the body with meditation, when you do breath work, they found, this is again lore, yogic lore. I wasn't there, I don't know for sure. But they found that their bodies would get such a high concentration of energy that they would just like make shapes. The body would start to, and this is what we know as the yoga poses. So the energy or the prana coming into their body, anyway, it would give them, maybe they were like super stimulating their kidneys or their liver or something, and their body would spring into action, spring into these shapes. About my older teachers that I told you, she did like a demo for us of her private practice. She goes, this isn't a performance, this is a demo. And so she kind of sat. And I entered her practice, and then she started going. This high pitched sound, I was like, whoa, what's going on? I mean, now if I saw it now, I'd be like, okay, cool, but then I was still new, yeah, and I was like, whoa, this is weird. And her fingers went, and it was like they grabbed this thread, like a silk, like a thread of energy from the universe, and it's like she, like, I don't know, and it just kind of like, it was pure prana, I could see it, like, I was like, whoa, this is now that when I remember, I'll never forget it, it was something crazy. And she grabbed it and it kind of like traveled down her arm and I saw it alive in her whole body, it was like, this is wild. And yeah, and then her body started, like, it grabbed this lightning, this energy, it came into her body, and she started to move into the poses. You know, I was like, wow, that is, you know, she's probably been doing yoga like 30 years by that, 40 years by that point. So the mysteries that she would have uncovered and to do with energy and what's possible in the body are very deep, yeah. So it was very generous of her to show us this, her personal practice. Yeah, so that's where they say the actual poses, like where did they come up with the idea for the poses? It wasn't an idea. It was the body came into it. You know, I don't know, what's the most similar type of experience we can have in the modern world, Johnny? Yeah, when you go in flow state, maybe, and you can work for hours and you're not distracted by anything that maybe is the closest thing. So the poses became preparation to sit for very many long hours for meditation to gather this prana, and I think that it was like the system like that. It is interesting to keep in mind that the physical practice of the poses is intended to free the body from the restraints. So what are the restraints? Adhesions, muscle tightness. So that the body can sit pain-free with no distraction. You know, so even now we're shifting and we're moving and please move and be comfortable. Even if you need to put your back against like the couch or a wall, like please make yourself comfortable during these theory parts as you need. And but just keeping in mind that the primary focus of the poses was not for physical beautification, but it was for, again, the purity of the mind. So the ancient sages understood, the yogis understood that if I can control my mind, everything else is kind of, I can control everything else. But we really just like, I don't know what's wrong with me, you know, and so we just like spiral, you know, and then we're like, I gotta work out. So whatever way you can access it. I'm very body first person, that dance as my background, so like when I'm having a bad day, even when I'm not having a bad day. I will usually go in the body, but like if I have work to do and I can't think. I will start with a practice on the floor. I was like, I gotta get into my body, I gotta like put out that outside world, and drop into my body. There's many variations now in the modern world of poses. Hybrids, there's paddleboard yoga, there's aerial yoga, there is like 420 yoga, there is, I taught that class before in Canada. I didn't teach that class before. There's like mountain yoga, there's all kinds of yoga, there's like yoga for curling. There's like wine and yoga, like all of these don't even make sense, like there's conflicting concepts, you know what I mean? Yin yoga and 420 goes together, by the way, but it's also like, doesn't align, also. So, yeah, there's a lot of, again. Part of any service that you bring to other people. We have to also meet people where they're at. And so that's where a lot of these hybrids came from, so like they're trying to speak to different populations, you know, so maybe you would have yoga for singers. How to loosen up through the heart chakra and the chest area and get like the platysma open, you know what I mean, there could be that. yoga, I had yoga for dancers, was a very specific one that I focused on because especially belly dancers, we use our quads and our glutes a lot, so super bottom heavy focus. Yoga for tennis players, like there's like yoga for CEOs, like that, you know, that's another one, like, so there's like those niches. And it's all coming back to the same thing. Again, it's trying to meet people where they're at and niche when you become commercial. Being niche is better than being generalized.
Yeah.
Always and forever. Find your people. Don't feel like you need to appeal to everyone, you won't. And you'll actually get more criticism when you try to appeal to everyone instead of like talking to your people. So yin is in particular very considerate of all body types and limitations because we think of the body as segments of the body rather than thinking of it as ourselves. So one concept that I share with my students is people can feel emotionally sad about, like, we go to sit in this position. And they're like, oh, I'm like this, and I'm uncomfortable, I feel bad. It's nothing to feel bad, don't take it as a person, it's nothing to do with you. And as you as a person and an entity, being flexible doesn't make you a good or a bad person. Just shows like your habits within, and that doesn't also make you necessarily a good or bad person. So for that, I really like being, when I worked in Eastern Canada. My clients and my student base were older. It's an older population. They had rheumatoid or arthritis problems. So I was dealing, and I was younger, like I took my first training when I was 24. I finished the year I turned 24, 25 in there. I think I opened my studio when I was 25, my first studio, and so of course, a 25-year-old body teaching a class of 55 to 65. The ladies were like, and I'm like, you know? You know, so that was like, yeah, and I'm just like super bendy compared to them, and I mean even more than I am now, when I'm in 25, I mean, I didn't even need to practice flexibility, like it's like more. And so I had to see like the class retention. And why people didn't come back to class, and then people are like, well, I'll never be flexible like you. That's not the point, you know, so I realized I had to like tone it down. I stopped doing so much poses in front of the class. Like sometimes when I started teaching, I would just get up and like do sequence A. You know, and I'm like, let's do sequence A, inhale and integrate. And I didn't even barely look at the people, I mean, because I was scared when I started. And then I started to like come out of my, be okay with walking around the room, feel like I'm allowed to own the room, even though that was my responsibility, I wasn't okay with it at first. It's normal for teachers to have that. And then I realized that even if sequence A felt really good on my 25-year-old body, what's going on in a lady that's, you know, and I would get them up and down from the ground, and like, it wasn't all, like, I wasn't being considerate enough, but I also didn't have enough experience to be considerate at that time. And also my teachers, like I said, they were older, they were very healthy compared to the normal population, so I went and there was this other training happening after I did my 200 hours for Apollo style. So then I went and took my hours in yin. And then yin really helped me to be able to accommodate these populations. I could work with older people a lot better. I could work with people with injuries, doing rehabilitation. You could work with people with post-traumatic stress and stuff a lot more because it wasn't like breath of joy and those things. I wouldn't, if I knew someone had PTSD, I wouldn't want to do that right away. You know, different things like breath work really like really fire people up. So I was able to serve more people when I learned more about handling bodies, and that was through my yin practice. including integrating in teachings and the concept of sensation-based learning. So imagine 25-year-old me telling a room of 55 to 65, 75-year-old ladies even, gotta bend your knee a little more. You know, they can't even bend it, like they're lucky to be out of bed, you know, so it's like. It's not a standardized formula, you know, so when I was able to, again, I had to think. How can I better serve these people that are coming to me for help? And that's what it is, it's people coming to you for help here. So in any services, besides buying, well, even food, it's like, you know, I need food, I need help, but it's not like that so much. So yin is really excellent for being able to accommodate bodies with limitations. So if you have an old grandpa, or your own father is old, or your mother is old, you can like, oh, maybe you wanna try breathing with me, maybe you wanna try moving with me, a little bit like this. Most of the hatha styles, so the word hatha just means any type of moving pose. So it's not its own style, like hatha vinyasa, that's poses with flow, movement flow is what it means, or like, anyway, hatha was just standing, it's just standing or poses. Hatha is just like moving poses. It's not a style. So we seek to achieve forms or poses that help build energy for the body. So like I was saying, when they were meditating, they discovered that the body stored so much prana that the body would spring into different shapes. And so we can use this practice to raise our energy and raise our prana in our body. Once you start to develop your practice, which this will be part of your homework, and is developing a practice. Need it. You're gonna need a teacher. So once you start to do that, you'll have times in your life where you fall off or it becomes less of the front of your importance of your life. For sure, life is life. Well, when you have a few months of this practice, if you've never done it before, for a few months concentrated and focused, you will wonder why you never did this every day. You know, you will be like, man, I feel so good. I remember I had one of my friends, she came to the training with me. We were like our yoga buddies. And I was like, oh, we can't stop our practice because then we'll be like them, the general public. Like, oh no, I don't want to be like them. I was them. You know, I was like that. We don't want to be like them. We're like, oh, you know, we're like, did you do your yoga today? You know, and but yeah, it will bring just having the oxygen. And then when I was a new teacher, not as new, but a little more new. And then I opened my studio. I was teaching a lot of classes like Zumba, dance, and yoga, lots of classes. And I was just like blissed out all the time. Everyone's like, you're so busy. I'm like, it's great. You know, and because I was doing breath work all the time. And then like I was saying in our warm-up today, and you'll experience it as we continue and when you go to other classes. When we breathe together, and it kind of sounds like the ocean, everyone together amplifies our collective experience gets amplified. So I was in this all day, all night, like until 9 to 9, and I was like in this, you know, so I was just like feeling like, oh my god, you're so busy, I was like, I might die, it's awesome. You know, I'm so busy, like then I was talking to another yoga teacher about this, and it's like, we think we can do way more than we can because we actually have oxygen in our body, you know, and most of the population doesn't. So it was really, I had lots of phases as a yoga teacher, a lot. So it was really, really interesting to look at that time in my life and see this huge load. I didn't feel stressed and much fun. What did happen though, is I started, after like 2 years of doing that, I started to get like resentful at my students, like you guys want too much for me, it's too much, yeah, but it was because I was so busy that I wasn't like cultivating my own practice, or my practice got interrupted from my daughter, so I would wake up before school, do my practice. But then I would always do my shavasana or my relaxation. And I started to get like this. Like actual, I was like, I had like these little cookies with jam. They call them like jams. And I don't buy cookies a lot, okay, I don't love them. So I had my cookies and I was like, oh, I'm gonna eat them, and I like fumbled my cookies and they like thought, I was like, oh. And that's what made me go for help. I called my teacher and I said, listen, like, since I started my practice every day. I go, it's just started recently, but I've been shaking, like I'm having shaking hand, I just lost all my jets. I was like, oh my cookies, I lost them. And she goes, right away, she knew right away, she said, are you doing your shavasana? I said, not always, because I'm just practicing until my daughter wakes up and then the day is starting. She goes, well, here's what's happening, you're building energy. But you're not letting it, and so the energy is like fire in your veins and in your nadi and your channels. But then, cool, I like fire, but then I need to let it like settle and integrate, or it's gonna be like fire engulfing, and it happens literally. I never would have guessed that was because of. I was like, oh, yoga's ruining my life. It's like, you know, but it was because I was doing the practice incomplete. So it's really important when we bring the energy up, it's like going to a movie or hearing a song. We have the intro, we have the first chorus, we have climax, comes back down and smooths out. So like, we wanna design our classes like this, we wanna do our practice like this, we wanna kaza. So our practice, like when we opened today, it's like, okay, let's like kind of just go through the joints and bring awareness to the body. And then as we came up to standing, we did breath of joy, which was kind of a peak, and then now we're here. So the reason that I didn't do a shavasana then is because I need you mentally alert with me, you know. So later we'll close. So we're kind of like this and we're like this now, we're in this part. And then we're gonna go. And that is how it will go. So I'm always thinking of this like wave of trajectory. Always first one. Come in, hello, okay, so let's put our manuals to the side for now. Just give you a little introduction, what is yoga? What is the experience of yoga? It's cool. Like I said, it will be, if you're interested in the wellness sphere at all, it's a really good certificate to have that will give you, if you're interested in life coaching, or you're interested in Pilates, or you're interested in sound healing, yoga is a great base. That kind of gives you a pre-entry to all of them. Because with yoga, you can teach poses, you can teach meditation, you can teach breath work, and they offer all of those as individual certifications. By the way. So, I want to talk to you about now exploring the 3-part breath and the ocean breath that we were doing. So this will be the most important one that we start and the most consistent one. All of the other pranayam or the breath works are specified for different times and yield different effects. This one is a very neutral effect, and it's great to even practice it as your normal breath in daily life. Of course, we're not thinking about the breath when we're doing everything. And it happens. It's just happening, you know, but there's no denying that when we focus on the breath, we get more happening and we have more of the best. So. Okay. Come back to the skeleton. So. Our lungs live inside this cage, okay? It's inside. The lungs don't do anything. They just hang out. And they can take the air, but it's not the action from the lungs. It's the muscle called the diaphragm. So here, under your ribs, we have our diaphragm. She's shaped like this. And when we breathe in, she goes, like a vacuum pulls down. And that's how we get the belly to go out. And then I can expand here, has nothing to do with the diaphragm, and lift up. But the lungs are just kind of there. So I need this muscle, the diaphragm, to pull down, to bring air in, to create the vacuum, to bring air in. you will strengthen your diaphragm over this time. I wanna bring you a photo actually. Photo of the diaphragm. This book is amazing. I recommend that you can find one like it, doesn't have to be this one. But this is like a medical atlas. And I recommend that, yoga teachers all get the really good visual, I'm gonna share with you. A really awesome website for anatomy, which is called KenHub. I don't know if you've ever been on it, KenHub. And it's very, we'll watch some videos from it together this weekend also. Going through the skeleton on the bottom. So. So we have our ribs and then we have the diaphragm living here. So the lungs are inside on top. And then the intestines and our digestion is all inside underneath. So when we breathe in. And I think of this moving down, and this is what it looks like if they cut us in half. And I'm looking. Top, the muscles of the. I can't tell what way this is, maybe I'm looking. Yeah, this strong part, I'm looking up into it, okay, so it's like, if you're under looking. Into it that way. So it is like fascia, so this word fascia. Probably saw it all over the internet. It's super hot right now, trending. It's super trend. So fascia, so here's the cool thing about it super trending right now. So I've been a yoga teacher for 15 years. When I was in my training, they weren't even mentioning fascia. Didn't even talk about it. Zero. By the time my training was a year long, by the time we got to it, a little bit it was coming, and my teachers were older. So they weren't under the influence, and so they have Facebook now, you're like, they're, I don't think they even know what is Instagram. So. After that, I was doing my continuing hours, it was my job, so I had to continue to take classes and upgrade myself, whatever. And look online, and so then I was getting all this information, the fascia, and I was like. Hey, what is this? So when I first was told what is fascia, they described it like if you look at an orange and you open the orange, all that white around everything and the little small bags of juice, this is the fascia. Now, this was like 10 years ago, that's what they're saying is fascia. Now what they're saying is fascia. As in think of yourself as a jelly, I'm a jelly form, and everything's just inside, and it has different densities. So we have bone, and blood, and liquid, and veins, and and different densities. They're all different thicknesses, liquid or less liquid, more solid or less solid, pretty much is what it comes down to. So now they're realizing that the fascia is not separate. So for a while, they were saying, it's a really good picture of the fascia. So see this white stuff, or like when you see chicken, that white stuff, so they were saying that's the fascia. So just like in the orange, like thinking of the orange, that's the fascia. And then they were like, well, where does it end? It doesn't. So every part of our body, like if you think about the body, it's made like this. It's pretty much cells and blocks and like strings together, and there's water in between or fluid in between. And what they're realizing is that the fascia, the fluid in between is also fascia, because it's not even fluid, it's like plasma and goo, blood, that's like half fluid, half, so they're. I mean, when you think about it really, makes super sense. It's not like that complex of an idea, but it's like, how did they get so far in the other place? Like, so. Modern anatomy science is really, really creepy and weird. This is a little digression, but it's important to know. So the 4 founders of medicine for us, they were grave robbers. They went in, they stole people's bodies from their grave, literally. They were grave robbers and they were fucking creepy and they kidnapped people and maybe they saw a guy with like. You know, like the elephant man disease, someone with a deviation, a genetic uniqueness to them, they would kidnap them and take their body and like take out the teeth so you can't identify. Especially in the 1800s, it was huge, and especially in the UK, it was huge. And it's huge. Yeah, I was super nerdy on this when I was a teenager, body snatchers. I saw a book in the library, I was like, what's that? And I was like, and then I got obsessed and I looked a lot. So the people that founded what we know about medicine, not now. Now we have neurosurgeons that practice Reiki. Now we have like very well-rounded people and we have people who donate their bodies to science and they have microscopes that they don't need to go into the cadaver actual body. You can tell a lot now without like especially just now it's different. So at the time that they were logging data about the body, it was really done in a fucked up way. And the guys that did it also, let's think about all the psychologists. They were all taking cocaine, I mean, like liquid. Like liquids, and they're like, oh. Like, they're all like high, stealing bodies, yeah, like, I don't want to take knowledge from these. Yeah, no, thank you. So it's important to have context, you know. Like that's who's bringing us the information. So there are all these, and also men. Yeah. And also men, you know, so they're the ones that brought us science and they were very arrogant about their opinions and each of them wanted to have my name will be published. I discovered that they didn't discover anything, bro, it was all them, you know, it's like I discovered this and this and this, so. This is where our knowledge of anatomy came from a very fragmented, disturbed framework. So that's why we had fragmented, disturbed information, you know. And so I really try, I try to get information from anatomists. I try to get information from healers and people that have a more well-rounded dark and light, like no one's pure light, okay, it's fine. But I don't want something that dark, I wanna stay away from. I wanna stay away from that as much as I can, and sometimes we can't. So those weird dudes, they compartmentalize our information in that how they were thinking very linear. So now we are under the understanding fascia is all encompassing. They're also approaching the body in a different way now. Because of my history as a belly dancer, it's very organic for me to move in circular motions, to move in circles. Yoga itself, the practice of yoga is very masculine and very linear. So yin is more feminine because it melts, it accounts for movement, it accounts for melting. But most of what we're doing is from the man's world. So now when we think about the body as a tube, and we're a circle, and I think of pressing into all the edges of my body, in a circular way, or even the circular joint warm up. Cause I could just go front, back, side, but there's spaces in between. There's the spaces in between, or if I go side and front and back, which we did today in the warm up. There's dots that connect in between there, and those parts of the body need attention also, because they're part of the body. So thinking, the information is huge out there. So that's why it's so important to go inside and have that vision, your mind's eye vision, but also just keep in mind when you're absorbing information, where the context of the information came from, because that will also like imprint on your psyche. Yes, the muscles all are divided into different segments and different groups. But they're also overlapping and connected. As an example, I went to my osteopath, I had an issue with my neck. What did she do for my neck? She went into my fascia of my gut. she like my fascia that holds my intestines, I had a knot, how did that happen? I'm like, what? And then she's like digging in there, and as she's digging here. It's opening, so if I think of the whole web, and then to continue that, she traveled down. Into my foot in here, and it opened more. So to think that something pinching in my foot is affected, but how? It's in my foot and my shoulder, they're different parts, but it's all in the same unit. My whole body is one unit, so the sooner, and maybe you're not, but the sooner you can think of the body as a holistic entity and not a piece and a leg and a skin, and it's the whole, like, nothing is working without the other thing. And if you think about even this. This is my body, this plastic. So if I go like this. And one part of it, it affects the whole thing. So if I think of my fascia as a tissue inside of myself and I pull from down here. It's gonna pull up here, you know, so I find that people are so amazed when they are like, wow. Why did she do something here for there? I wanted her to work on that. It's like, that's not even the issue. There's the imbalance in that spot because the pulling in the other spot or the imbalance. Often if you have a neck issue, go into your glute. If you have a knee issue, go into your glute. Actually, and why the glute? Look at our body as real estate. Like, let's check it. If I was thinking, or if I'm a butcher, this is like the juicy big part, like this is the big real estate. So also this is a big muscle that wraps. And it has many strings that goes through, and then there's many muscles that lay on top of it, all the muscles lay on top of it. So often, and this works a lot, or underworks because we sit on it. So usually a lot of the key to being healthy is having a nice perky bum. Is having a nice bum that will like make you more healthy. Like, it's a bonus. It's a bonus. So usually if your glutes are underworked, it's gonna affect your posture. If they're over tight, it's gonna hurt your knees, you know, so it's this, because it's such a big real estate of the body. When we hear the term adhesion, you heard this term before, adhesion, what does this mean? So if we go like this and hold our arm, and I turn it. I can feel movement underneath, yeah. So I have my radius and ulna, these two bones here. So I don't know if it does it on the skeleton, that, yeah, it does, cool. So maybe from this one, so see how the two bones are like side by side? And then when I turn, they kind of, when I turn and rotate, this one's better, when I rotate my hand, so like him, he turned his arm in. The bones are crossing. Yeah? Can you feel that in there? My bones are crossing. Oh! Hey, God. The bones are crossing. So when we have reduced range of movement, why would that be? All of the tissues holding the bones have some salt or some adhesion. That's what the adhesion, the strings of the fabric became stuck. We need to slowly open them through movement, slow movement, and sending fluid and stress. Applying stress. So stress is not just stress is force and tension, so applying stress and time to open that, and also movement. Slowly.
So anything that feels tight is because of the question.
Yeah, yeah, and also and the reason how it got tight can be many. It can be psychological reason, it can be imbalance of vitamins, like I can feel when I'm low in vitamin D. And it's funny, we live in Egypt, we get a lot of sun, it's not enough vitamin D. Check your vitamins, check your blood levels and stuff, if you feel like a little more tired than it's normal, because we're going into our dark season. But I had a time, I was kind of training and I wanted to push my flexibility, I was like working on some things. And I was like, I'm stretching forever and I'm not getting any flexibility gains, like what's up? And so I went to my osteopath, I was like, yo, like, I think I'm deficient, I need some seaweed or some algae or something, like I need some trace nutrients, minerals. And she was like, I think you just need vitamin D. And so your vitamin D will also help your calcium absorption and your like all of them work together, it's like chemicals happening. It's really fantastic look in the body, you know, subhanAllah. So I took the vitamin D and my flexibility opened right away. Yeah, it was because my tissues, like, they were going into some like state where they felt, if you overstretch sometimes, like when you get a muscle spasm. It's the body freezing and trying to protect you, I'm like, can you not do that? Yeah, can you not? You're not helping, yeah, you're not helping, so. I was trying to like, yeah, open this state, so when we freeze into the muscle spasm. It's because it feels like the bone twisted too far, and that the body's like, no, I have to protect you and bring you back. But then it overcorrects, we have pain anyway. So to avoid, like, yeah, to avoid this and to help you, I had to have this right balance of vitamins inside of the body to help with my gains. So it didn't matter that I was applying force. And I was applying tension and force and time. It just simply wouldn't let go. And that's the fascia, because it just like, it wasn't there to allow the tissues to expand. And it just like, the body probably wouldn't heal properly, because every time we stretch the arm, we're ripping the muscle a little bit. And maybe the body didn't heal beyond that, so it was protecting me by not giving me gains. I was like, yeah, I was giving my gains, and working so hard, but so it's not just the only element to that, like, yes, there's a huge physical element to just thinking and bending and changing. But it's not only that, so having a good cocktail of vitamins, vitamins D, A, K, E, that's your baseline, you need them. Supplements, it doesn't matter so much, find something you like and take it, everyone has different things they like, I've been taking for like 13 years, I love lion's mane mushroom. That's really good for the nervous system. And especially for like, if you're like high, very busy functioning mind, it's really good for that. But that's an extra thing. So just make sure you have vitamin D, A, K, E. It's your base, that's the base, like any biohackers are gonna tell you. DAKE, start with that, you need it. So, going back into the diaphragm. So this is again inside of the body. The diaphragm, the lungs would be up here, the intestines would be down here. So when we breathe in. And the body moves down, this also helps in our digestion. If you're eating, you know, sometimes you eat a lot and you feel like you can't breathe. Yeah, does any of you have children? No, okay, if you ever are having children, I'll just tell you. There's a time when you get very big. And so the space is gone. Yeah, and the baby rises up and I'm like. You can't get enough of your lungs, the diaphragm can't move down. You know, so it's the same as, it's like if you think being full of food is bad, like, oh, I had too much bazooka chicken, yeah, that's a whole other problem, but. This can't move down because there's a baby. It's just like stop. So you have to think about where can I make room? So it's not gonna be down, it's gonna be out. Like, so we think about box breathing, like how they do in ballet. So box breathing, and I think they do it in some meditation techniques nowadays. There's two forms of box breathing. So when they say breathe in for 6, hold for 6, breathe out for 6, hold for 6, this is a box. We call that a box breathing. But in ballet, I don't think they talk about the timing, so I've never heard it. But you keep your body very like lengthened, and you're breathing instead of thinking like yoga, we're going. Breathing down into the body, ballet, they're holding, and this is very firm, and they're breathing to the side through the ribs. So it's a different development, like, you know, when you were focusing super for this, it's like breathing, focusing super like that, and then it becomes second nature. So now I want to show you on my body, 3-part breath, and then we'll try it together. And this is gonna be the breath that you do for the rest of your life. And a lot, and you'll be teaching it, so this is important. What we will look for. And don't worry, we're gonna repeat it tomorrow and the next day and take it with you, and then I'll have it in your video archive also, that. You need to very understand. This is like the base of everything that we're gonna do. So, I'm gonna talk you through it, and then I'm gonna do it not talking, and then we're gonna do it together, so. Try not to flash you my granny panties, so from here, I'm gonna try. To put my back super flat. And like this, so. When we were laying on the floor and I said, okay, think of breathing into your belly. So here's my diaphragm sitting, and I'm gonna think breathing into the belly, so watch my body's empty kind of, so I'm gonna breathe into the belly. And I'm kind of making it bigger. And then the breath will move up. So if I'm like a glass of water, I'm filling it, it's gonna go from down to up, so. I'm gonna go belly first, breathe in. It's gonna move up to the bottom of my ribs. And then it goes up to the top of my chest. Stretches my ribs, and feel it across the top of the chest. A little pause, and then I'm going to. Close, think of engaging my core. And then again. Wait, and then. And I'll do it not talking. Can you see it? Any questions? Yeah. Okay, Yella, so let's try. First. Yeah, first, just try. Then to tell me if you have any question. And I'm not gonna tell you if you're doing it or not. Just go for it. Do it, it's your practice lab, I'm not judging, I'm gonna drink my tea. So based on what you saw. How can you bring that into your body? Just practice and be like, am I doing it? Then we'll see if you're doing it. Don't forget the sound of the breath. My breathing, because I'm finishing my cold, guys, is not like as strong as it could be. But. Anyway, start again if you feel like you're like, oh, am I doing it? And just like, reset yourself. It's common also when, if this is new for you, it's common to experience sensations of motion sickness. It's normal, it's okay, it doesn't stay very long and it's not severe. But it is a thing, just to warn you, and something that you'll have to also warn students for.
I feel that my lungs, not being nourished for enough then.
It will get better,
As if I'm passing shallow.
it will get better, yeah, and because it will be slowly training, it's like building your strength. Or even your diaphragm. And even you can use your hands on your body to help your isolation, because technically we're doing an muscular isolation. And I can think, what do I want my body to do? This is why I showed you the picture, so you can picture in your mind. So I'm thinking, okay, it's diaphragm, it's here, so I want it to go open, so I'm gonna make a picture in my mind, I'm gonna touch, so I'm using many modalities to control and to learn. And tonight, maybe we'll understand the idea, but maybe not do it. Or maybe you'll do it and not understand the idea, it's okay, it's night one, you have a long time to work on this. And it is important, so we will work on it and you will understand it before the end of this training. This will non-negotiable, you will have it by the end. And it will come. And I had very many learning curve, I had to say. Learning. Building, I don't know how to say, I had a while to work it out. It took me a while to work it out. So think of that wave, so try to think of the rise of the belly. And one thing that if you feel like the rise of the belly is difficult, or the inflation of the air is difficult, think about the squeeze out. How small can I make my torso if I squeeze? How much can I pull in? How much can I core? Maybe you're like, oh shit, my core needs work. That's an important thing to learn about yourself. Like I said, it doesn't make you good or bad or smart or not smart to do any of these things. Because they're all skills and techniques that anyone can learn. So don't worry, now we're noticing where we're missing strength, focus, anything. Now we're seeing, and this is great information to have because we will work on it. And maybe what Tina needs is different than what Lama needs, it's different than what Phoebe or me or Neeruz needs. So this is why we'll be watching ourselves very closely and then see. You have a question. Am I doing it? Am I doing it?
That's the question.
Yeah. Yeah, are you doing it? Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's not smooth, but you did it, yeah. So it's like that, so you used your muscles to force it a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
vacuum.
Yeah, do it. Fake it till you make it, that's what it is. And so like there's different. Yeah, you're using your muscles to do it, yeah, and now move it up here. And then think of like, cause you're going, no, into the chest, so think like, try to. Like, remember, keep the collarbones open. But I'm still gonna think of like belly. And then hips.
So the belly doesn't stay, so the first is.
Then it will go, and then it travels, and then it travels because like the impulse of the air moves up. So it will move up, so I go. And then my belly goes, and then I can squeeze it out.
We draw attention on the breath of it.
A little bit at the top. Hold at the top. And then you can let it go. Now it's just the flow that we wanna get. We'll do a couple more and then we'll come back up to seating and I'll give you some notes. We'll do a little breath lab. Yeah. It's like an undulation.
So the guy didn't say what one.
Ladies but we'll use some belly dancing hands to practice, I'll show you. Alright, take your time and shake it off and roll over it. I'm gonna show you some diaphragm stuff. And how do you guys feel? You're like, what's the brain doing? So again, keep in mind, I've been a belly dancer for my career. And so my articulation in my body is huge. And I was my teacher's assistant, so it was my job to have it very visible on my body. For demonstration. That's been my background, like demonstrating on my body, so. Just to give you a background, it's like, whoa, it's very visible. It's been my job to be a demonstrator on my body. So let's talk about the dive. So. Go like you're gonna pull, I'm trying to breathe, like breathe in. 25% when I can feel my ribs expand, and then cap your air like. I can't take any more air in, so I'm like. Try to take air in. Can you guys like activate the diaphragm like that a little bit? Can you get that feeling like I'm trying to grab air? It's not coming in. Can you feel that? In your diaphragm a little bit? Like I try to pull. Think of go. And stop it, but even like. And then stop it earlier. Yeah, earlier. Like someone. I don't wanna be like trauma. I don't wanna be trauma. Like I go to breathe. I have. And I'm still pulling. I can't bring air, so that's the feeling. Like the vacuum. I can't bring the air. Does it make sense? But hold it, like I'm trying to breathe. I'm still trying to breathe. That's what makes this, because my air, I'm like, I have to pull the air in, so if I block my. Like pretend someone's blocking your air. Block your own hair. I don't wanna do it to anyone. I'm not gonna do that, yeah. It's like we were just trying to learn. But it's like, yeah, stop your breathing. I'm trying to breathe, I'm like, it's an emergency, I'm trying to pull my air in, so even if I can't. The reason why I'm doing this. Be careful. Take a punch. This good. Okay, but then you stop the air. So yeah, you're letting the air go, so stop. Like this, and then try to move. But no air goes in. Now try to breathe. Yeah, but don't let the air. So it's like I try to bring the air.
I feel that there's a muscle inside, I'm not sure if it's my abs or.
That's the diaphragm. It's the start, it's the abs are on
Is
top.
it pain like a bit pain inside?
Okay,
I'm not
that's,
sure it's my.
yeah, good.
My abs are there.
It's the diaphragm, and it's probably both, because they're all strings laying over each other. Yeah. And you will learn to isolate them. Don't worry. So you guys feel that feeling of pulling the suction that doesn't happen? So in belly dance, we have that as a technique. We have it as a flutter, it's a technique. And that's like flexing and releasing the diaphragm. You don't ever need to do that. In yoga, ever. But that's how I learned a lot. And I remember trying to do the flutter, like I was in the mirror for,
And see.
I can't see it, and then I would see, and then there was hacks to practice hacks, so there was a practice hack where if I'm upright, my core is holding. If I go like this, then I can release my core. It's a little less stressy, so you could try it in this position like this. And think about, I wanna shake this part of my. Here, it's not like a wine, it's like. Anyway, can you even use your breath at first? To hack it? But you're gonna feel maybe. Stay away from pain, not so much, but go for sensation.
You already said, Really,
Yeah.
and the diaphragm's like doing the work for you. That was
Yeah, when you're sick, or when you're coughing and you're like, ugh, so that feeling, from here, it's that sort of.
But when you're sobbing.
Yeah. Yeah, like,
That's
yeah. You like the drummer, okay. I get this now, yeah. Yeah, you're like, oh, yeah, exactly. So this is the action of the diaphragm, so it gets better with time. And so you can see that this muscle, it works subconsciously all the time when we're breathing. So maybe you're like, today I learned that my breath is more shallow. And I didn't even think, it's fine, I'm alive, I'm fine. And it's I'm living, it's okay. So we can make it more. So what can we do with more oxygen in our body? Move better, be more energized, think more clearly, and have our functions happen better. Again, it doesn't make us a good or a bad person, it's just a random. Do you know how many things? God, like one every day at least. And I'm like, man, I'm 40 and I didn't know that. You know, or man, I wish I knew that before. It's like, I can't believe I didn't, I was today years old when I learned this, is what they say. I have those all the time. So if you're today years old and you're learning about your diaphragm, awesome, cause it could be 10 years from now, someone never learns about their diaphragm, you know, so. Yeah, when you learn the general, like, okay, we started, okay, I'll see it, general public, yeah, no, and. What a shame, haram alaikum, yani, because what is more important than to know how our body works? Often we're ashamed from our body. We wish often we don't have a body. It comes with so much problems. It comes with, I have to maintain, I have to cover it properly, I have to present it properly. It comes with a lot of baggage to the body. Wouldn't it be amazing if we had like a manual for our body? Wouldn't that be great? From when we're young, not now, being 27, 28, 30, being like, I have a diaphragm, you know, like it's like, you know, like. That's not right, and that's not our fault, and like I said, I was 24 when I got more into my yoga journey. And started learning more about the body, learning about the curves of the spine, and how being like this would affect me, and how this, and I had a lot of times where I was like. I felt bad for myself, I was like, why I didn't know this, you know, and then I would have to. Like, oh, it's not out there, it's not common knowledge, and it's a great power to know this, and to, you know, wouldn't it be amazing if this was in schools for kids, people learning about their body, that your reproductive organs, there's no sexual education in our country. Look at it, it's over, you know, it's a problem, so you think they know about their diaphragm? A lot of these Balamine and poor people in Balamine and about, you think they know about the fucking diaphragm? You know, they probably are better off than some corporate people because they're more reverting to animalistic.
And they are moving the body a lot.
And they move a lot, so they're maybe better off than the A, B, C class, actually. They may be better off. And or like for Naheem, you know, they're probably way better positioned than office workers, like I'm like, you know, yeah, and it's very like, it's very rigid in Egypt, that what's acceptable and what's not. You know, when I was teaching more belly dance class, when we get to rib cage articulation, people are like, oh, I'm like, it's normal that you can't move the rib cage, because why? Are you like walking around? I was, because I was a belly dancer, but it's like, it's not normal, like, when do we move our rib cage in life? We don't, you know, we super don't. So again, anytime that you're like, oh, this technique is new and weird, cool. Cause it's only gonna become more familiar. Today it's new, next tomorrow it's like, I heard about that. You know, so slowly, your body will change during this program. I'm not saying I'm gonna turn you into like a triathlete or a CrossFit person or anything. you will have changes that you notice. Like I said, maybe by even tonight or by the end of the weekend, you will probably be sore in your intercostal muscles, which is the muscles between the ribs. There's muscles in between, and you will feel them. When do you ever even think about them? You don't. You know, and especially for us as women, we have boobs and we have problems because we have boobs. People look at them and we don't want to be perceived. Most normal girls don't want to be perceived, yeah, me. You know, maybe we have a night where we dress up and we want everyone to look at us, but for the most part, I think we want to just everyone mind, please don't look at me, I just want to do my thing. You know, like that's how I feel a lot of the time. And I think a lot of normal girls and beautiful girls feel this way too. So what happens psychologically with this is we react in the body. How? We close. We don't open. So what happens when we close actually? What am I pushing? So, you know, so we have, as a human, we have the element of having the body, but we have the element of having the psychology, which is so changed. Psychology, like how the physiological effect of the mind on the body, like you can tell your very good friend if they come in and they're sad, I can tell by your body language, right? You can come in and I'm like, hey, what are you so happy about? Why are you so happy? You know, I can tell just from their body. So it's also, we can fake that. We can also fake it. So maybe I'm feeling like shit, but I have to give a presentation. I'm gonna like, hey, I'm gonna change my posture and I'm gonna cheat it and I'm gonna hack it and do that. So it's the same thing for any type of training of the body. I do my best to hold it and I'm, okay, this is my new identity. This is who I am, you know? And slowly, it doesn't take long. The body is very, very, very fast and amazing. And when it notices that you're doing something that makes it more effective and more aligned, it's going to respond happily respond. So I'm gonna come down on the floor and I wanna show you the wave again. If anyone wants to put their hands on my body, you're welcome. To just see, that has been for me when I take class, like dance class, and I can't tell what's going on, I wanna touch. Anyway. Not shy, you're welcome. And I will show you. Okay. So I'm gonna start. Squeezing it out. And I'm gonna think, when you said you're not sure if it's diaphragm or abs. We have a lot of abs. The abs go to the pubic bone. Out here. And then I have other abs that come, obliques, transverse abs. And my obliques here. And then the rectus abdominis, the abs, that's like six pack. That, I have my transverse. So the pants is my transverse and this is my six pack that goes into the muscle. So you can see on my body. See how I have this like shelf where my fat starts here? Here, I'm trying to like tighten, okay, there. So where this happens is where the muscle inserts and goes under. That's why we get that little like shelf there, where our shape is like that. So like, I have my transverse coming through, and then you can see this line, now it depends how much I ate or didn't eat when you can see it. And then it goes, like, pretty much this part is where it goes under the other muscle into become your low abs. So I wanna try to find all of these in my process of expanding my core and my diaphragm. So you're gonna have ab work, and like every time you learn a new little piece, it will just like build all together. So keep in mind, those are the abs, how they're all converging and coming together. And I'll just go into the breath. I'm gonna start by pulling the air into the belly. And then it moves up. I can stretch at the top, hold. And so right now,
I'll be honest with you. I'm being very linear. So remember I said we don't wanna be linear, we wanna think circular. Right now, I'm being super linear. I'm thinking only at the front of my body. So I'm going. And then it moves up, I wanna stretch, I wanna feel my ribs stretch. And then I'm gonna. I can even do, remember when we opened? When we started, we were doing arch and contract. If I wanna make it bigger, I can't use the body, I can think arch. I feel bigger. And then when I wanna contract. It gives me that physical cue. Where I can engage my abs more, and again, I can think. Stretch. And then I think. I squeeze, and I squeeze. So part of it is will be. This feeling. Like if you have your ribs are open, it's gonna kind of mess up your posture, so they call it closing the ribs. But it's not affecting here, it's here. So again, I'm a pro at isolation, just remember, which is to your guys' benefit, because you can see really well what's happening on the body. So, but just be patient with yourself also, and that's what you're seeing, so even if it doesn't look with a huge movement. It can be so tiny in terms, so now I was just doing it with huge movement, let me show you it's super small. More delicate. So I'm still doing it. This is probably like when you're sleeping. So I'm going into the belly, kind of shallow for me. And then the ribs. Stretch, and then, so I was keeping it a little more shallow. And if I want to go more big, if I'm training myself, and I need that somatic kind of guidance, I will go. Helps me feel bigger. Stretch, and then. Helps me feel closing. And again, if you want to do these actions with your hands, they help a lot. Open and. So let's try that again. Let's start with the same concept. The 4 and then the 8. So start with your 4. And I'll give you your privacy. I won't look at your first 4. And then I'll like after 4. I'll see if you require any feedbacks. And then also ask me if you would like a specific feedback. Because this is what I care. I can offer a lot to you, but I also want you to observe and be engaged. Yeah, and use the different types, so you remember you can think about tilting the pelvis. You can think about using the hands. Have your hands on your belly, your body, wherever, and remember you can have a block that makes your head circles, so if you want to. We'll bring it in. And remember, girls, it needs to be, it should be relaxing. Don't stress out, you guys are like, oh, it's supposed to be relaxing. Yeah. Anyway, and don't worry, like, we have all weekend, you'll have it by the end of the weekend. And part of it is just realizing the shape of your body. Maybe you never took time, thought before, what is the shape of my body? What's going on inside of my body? Maybe you didn't take time to think about it, it's okay. We're gonna think about it now, for 200 hours. We have 200 hours to think about it.
You know, my daughter, she's 17, and when she came to Egypt this summer, she does her school in Canada for anyway, many reasons. She spent summer with me in Egypt. And she's got into sports this year. She's like, Mom, let's work out. I was like, yeah, let's do it. And so we did like some standing Pilates videos from YouTube, and they had some yoga stuff. And I was like, Mar, just like fix this. I was giving her some tips. And she got mad at me. She's like, I haven't been doing yoga for 20 years like you. And I was like, oh, whoa. And it's like, yeah. So just and listen, I'm trying to give you free tips, dude. Like, and so because of that, it looks very easy when you're with someone who's been doing something for a long, long, long time. It's very easy. But so just remember, I'm coming to a place, from a place like this. I probably wouldn't be able to go to any of your work and just show up and do it. Right? To go to your desk and do what we do at work, I would take me at least the weekend to figure it out, So just remember, at least that I'm pretty fast learner. I'm pretty fast learner. But yeah, at least the weekend. So just remember, don't stress. It's a new concept. We're gonna get it. It's a training. You'll get it. But that's if you approach it from a place of how can I let my breath relax me? Think of yourself, I'm gonna fill up with air as much as I can and stretch and let my body become as big as it can with an inhalation. And then I'm gonna squeeze all of that air out so that I relax. Go at it from a different angle. All right, so now in your next 4 breaths, observe yourself. I'm gonna observe you, observe yourself. And just notice where you think you're not doing it or you're not sure or whatever. Because truthfully, tonight, you're not gonna do anything. You're gonna go home and stare at the wall and be like, that was a lot. And then we're here early tomorrow, Yanni, right? So the only thing that you could do homework wise is do this when you're going to bed. And this will probably like be like, got it. And so another 2 like this. You're having more movement through your body. This will give you something to do before bed instead of scrolling. That's a bad habit. Yesterday I was like, I'm not answering any messages after 11 p.m. And I had a great sleep, yeah, and I had like an hour in between. Where I just like watered my plants, talked to them.
I'm trying to do that skin time in the morning, like when it's. But I'm doing it packing.
Yeah, like wake up and let yourself wake up. Yeah.
Start checking.
Yeah, because once you start checking messages, it's over. You're just messaging all day. And it's over pull-ups there. Give yourself that time. All right. Any questions about your breath? Any questions specifically? Do you want me to like zoom in and look at something close for you? Are you wondering, do you understand the concept of what I told you?
I don't really understand where it's supposed to start.
So just read. Yeah, just keep going. So your normal breath is doing it pretty much, but it was smaller than what you think in your mind it should be. So remember, you're like a lot more tiny than me also. So yours is gonna look more tiny, yeah, right? So when you breathe in, like you're gonna think here. Here, and yeah, and then. And again, push my hand with your breath. Yeah, and then and then again, so you see that wave, like it's kind of a wave again if you push my hand. And then up, and then I and then I'll let my hand go back up from your breath. See how it's waving? Do you see how it's waving? Don't just agree with me. I feel like I'm breathing normally. Yeah, it's breathing normally, but it's just a little more, it's a little more channeled. So I'm taking the shape a little bit. So again, like yeah. And now just let it be more longer. Like, more like it's nice. More like you're relaxed. More like it's not terrible. Yeah. Yeah. You're going over it.
I get too tense in the shoulder, so I bring it up here.
See. And try to think of it coming to the collarbone. Because remember, the shoulders are sitting on top of the ribs, so of course they're gonna move, so just think of. That collarbone just lifts, so remember when we did our shoulder lifts like that, it can feel more like that than being like, oh, am I doing it? And then anyway, you're like super relaxing, but yeah, more like. This is a peaceful massage from the inside out. So now I breathe, and breathe into my hand a little bit, and then I go up to here, and then.
I'm having trouble in making like the mind muscle and
I will come
connection.
yeah, we'll do it a lot, we'll do it a lot. Good. Again, now push my hand over back, yeah, and then up to you, and then. Again, and push my hand. And then up, collarbones, and then, so see how it gets more wave like that? And then. Cause your core is not like, will grow your core. Yeah, don't worry. So now I'm gonna do something different a little for you. Breathe in, I will. Next time when you breathe in, breathe into my hands and think about pushing my hands. It'll, yeah. Up, and then, and now push my hands again. And stretch up here. And then. So again, breathe, push my hand. Yeah, so see that power? It's growing, yeah. But that power to push, you never thought of this in your life, I'm sure, but I'm sure.
Breathing, oh my god.
Yeah, no, it will all start to work as one. So remember, girls, I was saying at the start, like we are from a society that we think of all of our body parts as different. And we're inside of this skin. Like. So this part, you breathe a lot right here. Your breath is like, where you breathe naturally is mostly here in your chest. So hold your chest. And then you take your first, like, more from here. And so now when you breathe, don't let this lift until the end. So first push my hands, then bring the chest. Yeah. And then squeeze out, air, out. Yeah, and then, yeah, so this first, so the bottom to the top. So right now, your breath, your natural breathing pattern is from up here. Chest-based breathing. So when what your homework is, Fall asleep with your hands on your bellies and let them just move. It's nice. That's nice. But yeah, don't over mentalize it, girls. You were breathing for your whole lives before you met me. Just remember, you've been breathing fine your whole life, you know? So now we're just doing a breath technique. But this is one that we have to master before we add more. We have 6 in total. This is the one that is like our default breath technique. Is everyone feeling fine? No one's feeling like high from breathing? It can happen.
Anyone I sit on.
Yeah, yeah. Well, let's stay on the ground for a little bit. So, with that breath work, we're gonna try to bring in. I'm sorry. We're gonna bring in just consistent breathing. And I'm gonna bring my knees into my chest. And I'm gonna keep my breathing and I'm gonna circle my low back. And circle the other way. And then get ready, we're gonna roll to seated, so you can hug your knees and we're just gonna roll up and roll through. We're gonna come into the table pose. And curl my toes under. And walk my hands back. And I'm gonna slow. Slow. Alright, so we're gonna work with a little concept to like slow down the nervous system. We're kind of in a half weird state because we're doing this breath work. So shake yourself. And I'm gonna go wide. And do you remember this bent knee that we did in the breath of joy? Use this a lot. So I'm gonna think of coordinating movement with breath. This will be hallmark to what we're doing in yoga. So what does that mean? We're doing it in our body. So let's do it on a bigger scale. So I think of when I breathe in, I'm gonna let the breath take my arms out and up. And then when I breathe out, they come back down. So I want to feel like it's the breath moving my arm. And one arm. And I feel the breath is moving me. So again, with both arms. Up, extension, and then out. So this will become second nature by the end of the weekend. Expansion with inhale. And a little bit of the contraction. The exhale. There's many ways that you can have your movement. So now we're just kind of free flowing. I can think if I want to organize my movement, I inhale my arms. And then I go back down. So see, now I'm moving in this frontal plane. I'm going up. And then I'll go back down. Okay, so I'm gonna go up. Hands meet, up, reach, squeeze. Look up, extend, I'm squeezing. How can I get long as possible? And then I'm gonna exhale, I'm gonna melt. Elbows come down, hinging, bending, down. My body comes to be on my leg. Then I go down and melt. All the way down. I'm gonna press into my feet and start to straighten my legs and roll up. So we did the roll up. Slowly up. And I'm breathing in during this time because I'm getting bigger. Up. Keep breathing in. Up. Reach. Top of the inhale and exhale again. Down. And see, I'm bent in the knees, hinging at the hips, down, release the head. Inhale, start to roll up. Slowly.
Again, inhale as we come all the way up, the arms will come up. And again, melt. If you need to take your feet wider, I'm noticing what's more comfortable for me. I'm adjusting myself. I'm going down, down, down. And then I'll breathe in and I'll come up. So take your time. Move with your own breath. Breathe in, breathe in. Up, 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 reach, extend, squeeze, and then last one. And here I'm gonna bring my elbows to my knee. So I'm not gonna go all the way down. I'm kind of in this halfway bend like this. So anytime that we do a forward fold pose, which we're kind of in now, like this is more forward. You can also be here, super bent knee. Or if it's there for you, you can let yourself go down and straighten the legs a little. You'll notice that if your legs are more straight, you're stretching more in the legs. If I bend the legs, I can stretch more in my back. So let's go between the two, rolling halfway up until you find a really nice stretch in your low back. And then when I find that stretch, I'm like, ooh, I need to stay here a little longer. I'm also gonna shift my weight a little bit side to side. So remember we mentioned the body is a circle. So I'm just gonna explore that. I'm gonna keep my elbows on my knees because I just wanted to go side and side. Breathing. And then bend a little more and now let's roll up. Stretch your whole back. Just roll to stand up. Just feel through the body. So I went down and up, opening a little bit of the front line of the body when I stretched front and then super back line of the body. So let's inhale and bring the hands super front. I'm gonna press like I have lasers coming from my fingers. They're like I'm very straight my line of energy. Go back like that, reach long and then fold. That's one again, and you're gonna come right down. Right down to the ground and find your way back. So now let's take some blocks. To our first hidden position. Don't worry, I'm not breaking down any poses today, that's for tomorrow. I have the blocks here, why not? I can have them anyway, however I feel more comfortable. That's the point here, feel comfortable. So, do you remember when we sat on the blocks and we had to move our cheeks? Maybe you have to do that again now. Try it. It always helps. And the meat from your butt will also act like a cushion to help you. So I want you to try to experiment, and you don't have to, you can have your blocks however it works. I want you to experiment with your feet together but farther away, and then your feet together closer. And which one can you stay more comfortably? Which one is nicer? So from here, what I wanna do is I'm gonna come forward a little bit. I'm not gonna force myself. I'm just gonna like gravity do it. And then come forward like this and just let myself melt. I like to have a little tension on my hands. I don't let myself just melt all the way. And I definitely am not forcing myself. So I kind of just like pace myself a little. So I'm gonna let myself come forward and melt. I'm gonna find the line of tension. And maybe it's not so far. I can even feel a line of tension here. Because there's a few different ones that can happen inside the groin, inside the back, and through the back, and if you're down right now. Whatever one's happening is the one that you need. So any of those are options, okay? So we're just gonna melt. So this is our first yin form, so we're gonna be here 2 minutes. No sudden movements, no fast movements, just breathing. So try now. We're gonna do that breath work we did on the floor, breathing, trying to fill the body. And it's gonna be a little different, because why? Because we're folded over ourselves, we're folded over our lumbar. Our body's in a different shape. So we're gonna bring that breath in the best we can. And you'll find when you really add the maximizing of the breath. You will find that you're stretching through the rib. You're stretching through other parts of your body too. So again, don't forget your body is this container for the air, your torso and your ribs, even when we're in a different shape. So breathing and melting. In yin, the question of am I doing it, teacher? I don't know. In yin, we say, if you're feeling it, you're doing it. And so, like I told you, there's many places you can feel it. If that's where you're at today, that's what needs work on today. And so, because we don't have movement within the pose so much, when we come out of yin, I want you to think of moving in slow motion. So just let's do another couple breaths here. So in yin, I don't try to do anything, actually. I try to do nothing. And I just try to keep breathing. And then gravity do the work for me. Because often all day gravity is working against me. So now he can work for me a little bit. On our next inhale, slowly, I'm gonna use my arms to push me up, to unroll myself in super slow motion, super yin and yang. Slow, slow, slow. And let your head come to the top. Adjust yourself, maybe your eyes are closed so you can go more into your internal vision, and then just integrate. If there's any like small alternate movements, go for it, but try to stay in a very melty vibe. So the next one, I'm gonna put one leg out to the side. You're welcome to turn sideways on your mat or figure it out. One leg straight, one leg bent. Maybe you want to keep the block, maybe not. The block makes it just a little comfortable, a little more comfortable. My leg go to the floor fine. It's if your knee is up hovering in space, I'm not gonna be able to fully relax if I'm going into that. So when we come into yin poses, we want to be fully relaxed. We don't want the muscles engaged. We want to be breathing only, but I'm gonna make like an ugly shape and breathe. That's like, I died in this shape. So for this one, you have two options also. There's lots of options in yin, and it's based on sensation-based alignment. So the sensation that you feel, I don't know. So option one, we can go up straight. I like to think elongate, but I'm gonna go up and over. And when I do this, I get a stretch in my opposite hip. Top leg. I can like amplify that stretch if I need a stretch in my hip. Take this hand behind, I like put it in my pants actually to hold it. And then I'll turn and I can really open my neck. But I really go up and over to get that arc into the side. And then we don't go actually that far. Sometimes, because I'll hold this on for longer, I'll start with my block like this. So I don't want to go that far. It's too much tension right there. But yeah, I have it on the long side. So it kind of is supporting me, or if you're at home, you can use a very big cushion in your armpit and have the cushion supporting you. So sometimes I like to do this when I go up and over to the side. Another option is I can turn towards my leg. So sometimes I'll do both of them. Depends how much time I have. Or I can turn towards my leg, and this will be kind of more in my middle then. And I can be here, maybe here I'm stretching already. Fine, I'll just work with that, or maybe I'll be more here. I don't wanna go right here right away. Usually I would move the block after like 2 minutes and then do that, but. At first, it can be so intense. So I don't wanna go for so intense right away. I wanna kind of go slow and be kind to myself. We're always breathing. You know, I took my Kripalu training before I took my yin, as I mentioned. And because of my age and my energy, I thought that using props was for yoga losers. And I was like, I'm not a yoga loser, I don't need blocks. I don't need it, I don't, yeah, I'm not a yoga loser, you know? And then, when I finally used props, I was like, oh my god, I was missing so long on. Yeah, I was like, what was my problem? I was just, yeah, too proud or just, yeah. It was a practicing ahimsa. At time. So yeah, prompts are amazing and we're going to use them a lot in your practice. I'm gonna show you guys a lot of fun stuff and also in your home practice, get creative with your props. We got like all kinds of stuff around. It doesn't have to be branded yoga strap or yoga block or yoga whatever. It can be whatever works, cushions. Necktie, whatever, it's all cool. You don't have to take the commercial routes. So when you're ready to come from this pose, what I do is if I have the block, I just remove my block and then I'm gonna let my body kind of fall towards the front naturally towards my center. Slow, super slow. And then up towards the front. And we'll take a breath here and then slowly, just like the first one, I'm gonna use my arms. I'll leave back up. Come to a neutral position, sitting position like this. And just feel. I can feel a difference between this side of my body than this side for sure. If you don't, that's okay too. But part of our practice and part of our learning will be developing this new sensitivity to your body and to what you've been doing. And allowing you to feel more. Because sometimes when you start to feel more from new techniques, it takes a while for the brain to even recognize what it's watching. So I'm gonna stay in this yin mood. What do I mean by that? I wanna stay heavy, I don't wanna be like tab, fast twitch, contraction, I don't want that. I wanna move slow, so we put my hands behind myself. And I'm just moving like, how can I take my other leg, make the opposite? So I'll like roll back a little bit, also, I'll just take this leg, I'll help it. Instead of contracting, because if I went. I'm not getting anymore, so I wanna stay getting. My meat, my meat of my leg, and then I was slow. And then do I need the block on the other side? Take your time in the setup, it's so important, and then extend your other leg. And then, so remember our two options, I have one, I can think about going to the side, opening. Or if I have some more low back stuff I wanna work on and I wanna rotate towards my leg. And then you can take inventory of both sides of the body. Find your position. And just know that you're melting and then know that you have a few minutes of melting. So we don't wanna go to our farthest position right away. Even if I know I can't, let yourself go slow, slow, okay. Slow. Slow. And as gravity and as time passes, you'll feel the tissues heal, you'll feel the space open a bit. And maybe it's not like centimeters, we're talking millimeters. Like the width of a hair, if you're able to open any part of your body that much, that's progress, even if it sounds very tiny. It's actually for tissues of the body to move their state. That's something. And then experiment with the turn of your head. If I look more down, is it pleasurable for me If I turn, is it worse? Do I like that? What do I like? What do I not like? What do I feel like I need? Oh, damn, there's a spot that I didn't know. So again, just scanning the body. And then a few more breaths for this side. Sometimes I use my timer, like when I'm doing my yin practice, all alone, I use my timer on my phone or my iPad. And when I know I'm in the last minute of my practice, I'll sometimes try to change the line of tension a little bit. I like move my torso back or a little more front. I'll just explore what I need. But what I love about yin is that we can all be in the same form. But we're not thinking about it as a pose. We're thinking about the sections of the body, the segments of the body. Okay, that's tomorrow. And so now very slowly allow yourself to roll the path of least resistance towards the middle, towards the front. And you let your block fall, it doesn't have to be organized. Just let it fall, whatever, it's not gonna break anything. And then using your hands to come up slowly, slowly, slowly. And then just taking inventory, just wait. Check in with yourself. Do I feel longer on each side or just one side? Really on. And so next. We're gonna take the legs, I'm gonna move this head leg, I'm gonna leave my legs that long out, and I'm gonna put both legs out. And we're gonna come into wide leg straddle. So. This one will spend a lot of time, and this one is important. There's a few key notes. Anytime you come to this one, expect that you're gonna move your ass and thighs out of the way, a lot. A lot. If you find, you guys are almost good. If you find, so you can feel your two bones, butt bones, the sits bones, you can feel them on the floor, yeah? So we wanna, don't worry, we'll identify these. I wanna, if I feel like I'm rolled to the back, like, can you see how I'm shaped like this? No one's doing this, I'm just showing you, because this is something you'll look for students. If I was like this, what does this mean is happening? It means I'm too tight through here to roll forward, so I wanna roll forward as far as I can. Move my meat or my cheeks. Let's bring our blocks here. And I'm gonna take them forward. I want to put tension on my inner thigh. So we're stretching in the inner thigh. You can take your block forward or you can go like way more forward if it's there for you. And it's nap time. This is one that I do up against the couch and I'll be like this. It's quite high, right? Or I'll bring a chair here and I'll be more higher. Because a lot of times people think it's about like, I'm gonna pancake my body. Cool, bro. Yeah, you don't need, yeah, if I'm doing pancake, I need to, but not if I'm doing this. So I wanna focus on the inner thigh. And then anyway, so the objective is I can be up here and be focused on my inner thigh, but if I go down, sometimes I can bypass. So yeah, I wanna find where there's a stretch. And even I can make small adjustments and pull myself more, so I'll just check it out. No. Yeah, you can, because we're melting. So even if you're here, even if you're up here. Yeah, the shape of my back doesn't matter because it's not the focus. The focus is the opening of the inner. But there is times when we're doing, what is it, not Virabhadrasana, but when there's the wide leg forward fold, where I want to be extended, and also in the dance world, we're extended like this. We're forward, I mean, so here it's not a step, it's a sensation. So we'll just, we also. You can make little micro movements if you want. I can feel stretching from the top of one of my hips if I move a little bit to the side. Move a little bit to the side. And. Or I should say, not and, if I want to be a little more aggressive in my stretch. I can go up on a block or over the blocks, and this helps me with that tilt. That I was talking about, I can also roll the mat or have a towel underneath, where this like helps me. So now my sits bones, I'm very leaning forward and I can get more into the.
At the moment, it's all like the back side.
Ah,
Okay.
yeah, it just needs to open first.
Okay.
Yeah, so the thing again, especially Indian one's really cool, especially when you have the opportunity to do a few days in a row. Like maybe tonight we'll kind of get into like I with the back. So this is like what's and then the sides here, and the inner sides here. So first I had to open here to even allow you to get around, to get, because everything is spiraling, the meat and the muscles is kind of spiraling around the bones is how, and nothing is linear in the body, it's all. So makes sense, if here, this spiral, I need to go in through here to open before I can even access this, so this is blocking, this is blocked
Yeah.
before you can get into there, so it's normal. Yeah, it's super normal, so that's why I try to approach it as segments instead of. Yeah, but yeah, and then you'll notice when you're doing some really deep days long and deep work, that. I needed the previous day to get into the where I wanted to go. So I would just be patient and observe, and then the more. That we create our vision in our mind of what's going on in the anatomy, like when I can picture more. The hamstring overlapping with the IT band and the quads and stuff, then it's gonna make more, you're gonna see these. Spot, like when I'm doing this, I see something in my, I'm seeing in my mind. Cause you're gonna like, oh, it's not, but it makes sense to me, it will make sense to you soon. But yeah, when we create this inner vision of our muscles and our tissues, it helps a lot for the visual. With this stretch, girls, there's never enough hours in the day for this one. There's not. If you ever go to any dance class around the world, you walk in, the dancers are all on the floor doing this, or in frog pose. It's never enough. This is gnarly for most general public. You guys are all in wonderful condition for this stretch. When you get a room of general public, I mean, they're not sitting like this. You guys are like. Beyond general public level. But, yeah. But yeah, this one will open up so much. Anyway, I'm so excited to get into the anatomy with you guys. It's so exciting. You know, I live in this world. This is where I live. I live in a studio. You know what I mean? So for me, I think sometimes I think people get bored of this stuff. Cause I think it's normal. And I'm like, everyone knows this, and then I'm like, oh wait, no, they don't, you know, so for me, it's super normal. I love to, like, I do this when I'm home by myself, looking at me. Look. You know, like it's how I enjoy to spend my time. I find it fascinating, I find it cool. I hope that you guys can find it fascinating and cool also. So it'll make your learning more enjoyable, and I'm super excited to share. It's a very valuable gift to give yourself this training and to have this knowledge of your body. It will make your life way better.
I'm excited to learn from them.
Yeah, great. I try to make it fun. But like I said, I'm serious, but I'm very silly. You know, and I'm excited and I love this. So yeah, I'm excited to share it with you. I love it. And And don't worry, like, don't be overwhelmed, like, even just tonight, we did a lot of information, and every weekend will be a lot of information, but you'll take it home. And you can then decide, I'm available to you when you have questions, like maybe you're laying in the middle of the night and the question comes then, like sometimes it doesn't come now. So feel free to like leave me, I might not message you back in the middle of the night, but I will, so if you need to like brain dump. Do it, collect your thoughts and send it, cause maybe it doesn't come when you're in the class at school. And yeah, there's a lot to go into, and I want you to all feel well prepared. We have a lot of time together, but also time goes fast, so. Yeah. I want you to feel well prepared, I want you to feel like you know what's up. Don't be shy to ask me, I'm not gonna be like, what is she asking me that for? That's why you're here, so I will, I will say it a lot, like, don't be shy. I know also I have a very strong personality and it can be intimidating. Um, just know I'm with you, I want this for you, I want you to have it, so please, like, whatever maybe we have very different personalities, I don't know you all very well yet. You all seem lovely, but I know I've worked with a lot of women and I know I have a strong personality and it's scary. I know that, so I will just tell you that I know, try your best not to be scared, I'm on your side. And I'm here to support you, so any questions, I'm here for that. So. Slowly, we're gonna take the tension off, so the stretch that we're feeling right now, we have tension, we're slowly gonna back away from it. Slowly. I was here so long, so I wanna also take a long time. I'm gonna think of my feet. Slowly take tension off. And the other side, slowly take tension off. And move my blocks and I'm gonna let myself come down to the ground. Slowly. You know, just like bring my body together slowly and come into resting position. So come down into your resting position. So coming down on your back, you can have your legs straight or your legs bent. Or one leg straight, one leg bent, however it comes for you. And just observe your breath, don't try to force or control or make your breath do anything unnatural. Just allow it to happen. And so we had a lot of integration, maybe some movements in the body, and then a little bit of yin at the end to open through the hips and the low body, that very substantial part of the body, the thick part of the body. So now just watching your body. Notice how you feel. You feel the shape of your body as you move and as you stretch. And let your body feel supported by the floor. Observe the rise and the fall of your belly. And for the next 4 breaths, see if you're able to keep your awareness with your breath. And so very slowly, begin to bring a little movement back to your body. You can wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, wiggle your nose. Take a little bit of a bigger breath and stretch the body. And then on your next inhale, you can let the arms reach overhead, legs reaching along the floor. Stretch yourself long into a full body stretch. And I'll bring my arms into my side and bend my knees. I'm gonna roll over onto my left side. So rolling onto the left side, I'll just stay not into a full fetal position, but a half fetal position. Inhale and exhale here. And then I'll use my hands to pop me up and push myself out. Inhale into a seated position. And God is very for the breath. My hands, I have a sign. My fingers away. Have nice and broad, wide through the collarbone. Breathing, stretch my wrists, feeling deep. Exhale. Again. Exhale. And the next thing we have a lot of breathing, movement, and breath together. Bringing palms together, exhale. Bringing your thumbs to your strength, and then just you're sealing our practice in the start of something really, really cool in your life. So happy to share this with you girls. I want to thank you for being here in person with me tonight. Speak out. Then traditionally in yoga, when they finish their class, they use the greeting or the goodbye, an acknowledgement. Acknowledgement. Namaste. Namaste means the light in me, my soul essence recognizes the light in you, your soul essence. Namaste. Thank you, girls, for tonight. Shake it up. So, like I said, you don't have much time before you're here again tomorrow. Go home, take care of yourself. Forget it, and forget it. I know, you can even leave stuff, we're here all weekend, so yeah, if you wanna just like roll your mats and we'll put them on assignment. Yeah, hey, you're welcome. Tomorrow we have the long day. Try to be as much on time as you can. How you wanna do lunch, we can order talabat, I have like some snacks again. During the training, like keep it light as much as you can, you know, but make sure you get like a balance, your fat and carbs and all your stuff that you need. Yeah, because the attention, when we don't have carbs, it's hard to think, and I don't usually eat a lot of carbs, but I will, because it helps me brain growth fast. But fruits too, so there's the oven, you can put things in the fridge if you know anything you'd like to bring for yourself. There's the kettle, I have microwave downstairs and stuff also, if you need things, you can heat in the oven, lots of food, so that you get whatever you need. We'll start tomorrow with a practice, we'll do sequence A in the morning. We'll get settled in, we won't talk that much, we'll go right into sequence A. Maybe like 90 minutes, and then we'll break, and then we'll start to break down poses and go for stuff. You're gonna come back and be like, my breath is awesome. And then, yeah, then we have a few poses we're learning tomorrow. More philosophy, not too much, we'll go into the chakras and some other, maybe chakras, I don't think it's, actually. But we will definitely talk about the energetic body, because it's like something I want you to go with into the month understanding.
And then, yeah, we got a long day, so we have like 2 breaks and a lunch. And then, and whatever, we're reasonable people, if we need to do something else in the meantime, we can figure it out. So bring your snacks, if you need coffee, afternoon coffee, we can make it or order it, whatever. Yeah, and then you'll see after this weekend what you need for the following weekends. But yeah, that's it, that's all for tonight. If you have anything you wanna leave, you're welcome here or in my other bathroom here. Where it's our home for the weekend. You're welcome. It's a lot of info. There's more. There's more. Dun, dun.